Hello, everybody. Welcome into our latest live broadcast. It is Sunday, the 3rd of May, 2026. I'm Kerry Holzman, and today a mini PC review, a new model from our friends over at MINISFORUM that is all about value, and we're going to talk a little bit about that and explore that in depth today. And thank you so much for joining us. A shout out to our friends Buster and Mark Gaines, watching us in Scotland and Northern Ireland, for their super chat contributions prior to the show starting in form of a Amazon gift card. Thank you guys so much for supporting us here. And a shout out to our friends at MINISFORUM who sent us this computer free so we can review it, and no other terms, conditions, or financial obligations one way or the other. It's just a company that believes in their product saying, yeah, do your live video, Kerry. We don't care. We don't need to worry about looking at it before you show it to the public because we know we make good stuff. Do your worst. I love when companies have such confidence in their product that they don't feel the need to supervise the end result before showing it to the public. I think that says a lot about a company and their culture, that they don't have to worry about whether or not you tested it right. Seriously. So, I want to give a shout out also to our friends over at VIP URCD keys. That's where I get my Windows and Office license keys, and I don't mess around with it, right? I need legitimate legal keys. I need them to work, and if there's any issues, I need support. And they do all of that at an extraordinarily discounted price compared to what I would pay Microsoft. And I need to be competitive. I can't sit there and tell a customer that my systems cost $150 more than my competitors, because I only buy my keys from Microsoft. My customers don't give a rat's behind. They want a better price. And if I'm not going to give it to them, they'll go to somebody else that will. Dell and HP are using legitimate license keys, and they're not paying $150 more for them than I am. So why is that fair? So after some searching online and going past all the scammers and all of the con artists and all of the thieves, I did finally find a website selling legal, legitimate license keys, and they accept PayPal as payment. So a lot of those that are scammers, they don't take PayPal because PayPal won't work with scammers. Once PayPal's aware, it's like a big red flag. And so the fact that they take PayPal is a sign in the software world that either they haven't gotten caught yet, but in which case, you know, they wouldn't be around very long, or they're doing everything on the up and up. So if you look at any of my live videos, I'll pull up one from March here, and you scroll down below the video, just below, you'll see that first box there on the left, and hit the More button, or the words More, and then you'll see all the details of that video, the product we're reviewing, and the links, also the links for Windows 10, 11, Office, etc. for VIP URCD keys. Now, you can just go to VIP URCD keys yourself and do your own searching. That'll get you there, but this will get you there faster. Pick what you want. So in this case, we've got Windows 11 Pro there, I think, and then just go ahead and log in. If you don't have a login, create one for free, because they need a place to store your receipt and your product key in case you need it in the future. So just go ahead and create your free account. If you want to save even more money, then type in the word Kerry under the coupon code and hit apply, and you'll notice 25% of that already low price comes off, and submit your order. At that point, you pick how you want to pay. The first option is PayPal, which takes all the major credit cards, and then you've got just credit card only, Google Pay, and others. So I always use PayPal, that very first option, and then I hit the Pay Now button, and then just follow the on-screen prompts to fulfill the payment as you would any other online purchase. It's not any different. And within 2 minutes, and it doesn't matter what day of the week or what time of the day, within 2 minutes of you placing your order, you should likely have an email with your receipt, along with a download link to the product that's coming directly from Microsoft, as well as a product key. Now, in my case, I don't need the download link from Microsoft. I already have my own. I've already created a Windows 11 media installation from Microsoft, so I don't need that. But if you do, you don't need a support call. It's right there in the email along with all the instructions. And if you still have any problems, you reach out to them for support, and they'll take care of you. In any case, if there's any other issue beyond that, you reach out to me directly, because I need to know about it. And I need to make sure that anybody that I am promoting here on this channel sees our viewers as very, very important customers, VIPs, right? And hence, right into the name of the website. You're treated as a VIP. We want to make sure that you got what you wanted and that it works as it should. So you've got 6 months of free support during the first, as soon as you bought it, you got 6 months. A lot of places give you 0. When you're looking for discount license codes, a lot of places give you 0 support and often send you keys that don't work, and then they ghost you. And I can't afford to do that to my customers, and I can't afford to have it done to me. So our arrangement with VIP URCD keys is that you guys get the same price I get. In fact, I buy it the same way. I create my login account. I pay with PayPal. I use my coupon code. And the amount that comes up is the same amount I'm paying that you're paying. And that's the price I pass on to my customers. I don't even mark it up. This is not a commission-based link, so this is not a high-pressure sell. I'm just offering you some help. If you don't need the help, as you were. If you do need the help, remember we've got it here. So a shout out and a thank you to our friends over at VIP URCD Keys for supporting us here, and to all of our members in green, of course. These are paying members without which these videos would not exist anymore. And YouTube's got a big demonetization thing going on. They are demonetizing channels by the thousands every day. And thankfully we're immune from it here, because we don't rely on the advertising, because quite frankly, we need 1 million subscribers or more for that to work. So as long as we have an audience that supports us, we can be free of the anxiety and control that not only individual corporations want to instill on us, but also YouTube themselves now wants control. So one of the ways YouTube will discourage people from making content that they don't want is to simply demonetize them. Most people then, they lose a source of income, no matter if it was big or small, it's gone. And likely will give up on YouTube, or certainly spend a lot less time on it. So YouTube still gets what they want. But what we have here in this community, YouTube would be it would be very difficult for them to shut us down legitimately, because we're self-reliant and we don't, we're not skirting any YouTube rules. We don't, run the edge of YouTube community standards. YouTube would be very hard pressed to come up with an excuse to ban us. We don't do copyright issues or anything like that. So that independence, and I can't express to you how important it is growing up as somebody Gen X, where we were very self-reliant, latchkey kids at the age of, 10 years old, coming home to an empty house, having to feed ourselves and even watch our younger siblings while our parents were at work. Having nobody there to help you if you need it. If you want it done, you got to do it yourself. We learned that in my generation at a very young age. So being freely independent away from mommy and daddy, which we'll call corporations and YouTube themselves, because we have a community here that is self-reliant, it is an amazing sense of comfort to know that we're in a position that is not susceptible to what all these other channels are suffering from. So for that, I can't thank you guys enough for making this community so strong, and for certainly making it worth doing, because the community itself, much more so than any corporation, the community itself deserves the recognition. And people need to know that this community is always accepting new community members. You just have to be a nice person. Just don't be a jerk. We want you in here. Come on in. Jump into our live chat, say hello. We're not like most YouTube channels. We like to talk with our viewers. So come on in and make friends with each other, because our viewers love talking with each other, and many of them are very good friends despite never having met in real life. They come see and visit with each other here in our live chat during these videos. So if you're not doing that, that's your loss. It's our loss too, quite frankly, but what you don't know, you don't know. So I hope if you are thinking about it, or you're not quite sure what all this is about, Explore it. Pop into the chat room. Just say hello while we're live and just watch what happens. You could be introvert. You could be uncomfortable. Saying hello is one word. Everybody can do it. And just watch what happens naturally. With that, today we are looking at a brand new budget-conscious option for MINISFORUM. And here's the thing. A lot of times when I talk about budget-conscious, we're talking about processors that are several years old. Technology that's a bit outdated by today's standards, but it's very aggressively priced because it is so old. This is not that. What MINISFORUM's done here is it's making me question all the other previous deals I thought were good deals. Let me jump over to MINISFORUM's website, and I want to show you what we're going to look at today. Let's see, where's my window capture? There it is. All right, so this looks like any other mini PC, nothing special. I mean, I guess it's white or silver, but it's a M1 Lite. So MINISFORUM does make an M1 Pro and an M1, and this is the M1 Lite. And this is a 125U. So the Intel Core Ultra. So Core Ultra is basically 15th gen CPU. I want to say it's 15th gen. And that chip, I mean, it wasn't released yesterday, but when was it released? Let's go over to, let's see, Ultra 5 125U, release date. That came out it looks like it's, wow, has it been 2.5 years already? Holy cow. This is still a vibrant and new CPU, given that really not much more has come out since then. We've got the 200 series that has come out since then, and there's really not much else. So if we come back over here, look at the specs on this, and there's a couple things that I want you to think about. So right now you're probably thinking, $607 is not budget, Kerry. Well, it is. Let me explain why. One, you're getting a fairly recent processor, not the latest and greatest, or the price would be higher, but also not so many years old that drivers may be difficult to find. You've got an NPU in this for AI processing. You've got two M.2 slots that are Gen 4x4. You've got 2.5 gig LAN and Wi-Fi 6E and Bluetooth 5.2. But more importantly, you've got 16 gigs of RAM and 512 gig of storage. Now, if you remove the RAM and the storage, just take the RAM and storage and the operating system out of it. What do you think that does to the price? It cuts it in half. So if you want to buy this bare bone and put your own RAM and storage and operating system on it, you're at $303 for what is a fairly new, recently released CPU. At least as far as CPUs go right now in May of 2026, I wouldn't hesitate for 1 second to start putting these in offices to all of my clients. i5s or Core Ultra 5s, these are exactly what my clients need, and the price is crazy good. You take a look at what ports are on this. Let's go through some of the photos here. So you can see we only have, let's see, we've got an HDMI out, we've got a display port, we've got a USB Type-C, we've got 2 more USB Type-A's, there's your 2.5 gig LAN and a barrel style power connector. Nothing on the sides, a little bit of top and bottom photos with the rubber feet that have to come off to open it up. There's all of your angles in one shot. Let's scroll down a little further. Do we get any other details on this? The memory, clearly because it's available bare bone, the memory is not soldered in. So you can have up to 2 sticks of memory. The largest memory stick you can buy that will fit is 48 gigs, so the maximum would be 96. That's subject to change based on the memory technology. So right now, 96 gig is the limit because that's as big as one module can be. times 2, that's your total. A little bit about the CPU here, and triple displays can work because that Type-C is a USB 4, 40 gig per second and power delivery. And what that means is you can run 3 displays at the same time, one out of the HDMI, one out of the DisplayPort, and one out of the Type-C connection. We talked about the Gen 4 dual M.2 drives, the Wi-Fi 6E, the Bluetooth 5.2. MINISFORUM is very well known for their custom cooling solutions, which make them very quiet and run very stable. And we'll verify that during today's review. Of course, it's very small and portable, which I don't know how important that is for anybody I know, but it might be important for you. You can do what they call a one cable setup, which basically means you can run USB 4 with power delivery in or power delivery out to either have your monitor power the Mini or have the Mini power the monitor for such equipment that allows that option. Not all do. And we've demonstrated that here before, how that works. It's a nice clean setup when that's something that your hardware will accommodate. Scroll down a little bit more. I want you to also know that at this price, this $303 price, MINISFORUM often has these $30 off deals if you buy directly from them. That puts that price down to what, $273? You see what I'm getting at? Like, that's a crazy good price on a bare bones unit. Here's a picture of what the inside looks like. So the M.2s are a little spaced out. That's good to see. And then the 2 sockets for DDR5 RAM. A little bit more about the cooling. Here we go. Here's the labeled ports. So the 2 Type A USBs in the back are going to be USB 2. That's great for keyboard and mouse. Of course, your display port, your USB 4, your 2.5 gig RJ45, HDMI, and barrel style power connector. On the front, it's a microphone right there on the left, a power button, 2 USB 3.2s, and a 3.5 millimeter headset microphone jack. And then this hole over here is for resetting the BIOS. In the box, they say we get the computer, the power adapter and cord, the HDMI cable, screws and VESA mount, and user manual. So pretty standard there. This is a 12-core, 14-thread CPU. It likes to run nice and easy, mellow at idle, and cranks up to, holy cow, 4.3 gigahertz when it needs to. It's got a balanced mode, which is a power level 1 and power level 2, both at 35 watts. It's got a silent mode, which basically says it doesn't have a silent mode. It's just set in balanced. We'll have to check that in the BIOS to see if we can change it. But based on this information, it looks like it's hard-coded. Sometimes there'll be a silent performance and a balance model based on how much wattage and how much heat, and therefore how much noise and how much power consumption. So this may be set from the factory to just run in balance mode, and I'm good with that, quite frankly, because the difference is when you do have the option for silent versus performance versus balance, it's about an 8% difference between each option. So you're not really getting much. It's mostly a psychological thing that a lot of tech enthusiasts fall for the psychology of it, not necessarily the logic and verifiable worthiness of it. It's just because we can, and the thinking doesn't really go beyond that for most. And let's see, I think that takes us to the bottom of the page. Now, over at Amazon, of course, you can buy this there as well. And it looks like delivery is about a week out. And this model was just introduced. We've been waiting for it, I think, for about a month when they first talked about it. And I said, wow, you know, they were really promoting the bare bones version that was under $300. And I thought that was a crazy good deal considering just how new and how recent that CPU came out. Also that it's a 5, it's not a 3, it's not a Celeron. And so brand new, there's not even any reviews on this yet. So hopefully we'll be able to change that. So let me get back over to camera 1, and before we start, we just say hello to everybody hanging out with us in our chat room today. I see a lot of familiar faces, well, familiar names in the chat room. Get my glasses so I can seize. Andrew contributes £2. Thank you, Andrew, for your super chat. Saying hello to Jonathan Fells and Mike Gamer, Richard DeFries, and Sean Skinner. I also see Andy W6AD and, of course, Luke Grenia, Jim Kenny, and Eddie Casanova. Mark Gaines and Leonisium saying hello from Vegas. Let's see. 3D Everything says hello. Ben Laird joining us in our chat room, along with Andrew, David Herzog, John Lewis, Aniac44, Mark Leibowitz, Brian Weber, Paul Vercher, and W.E. Holmes, Dazzle555, Jane Train 1 says hello. Billy saying hello, along with Rondon Campbell. Slavko says hello. I also see Isaiah joining us saying hello. Mike Carden says hello. Of course, Marlena, our channel administrator, hanging out with everybody there in blue. And she does our thumbnails and our video descriptions and works with potential with manufacturers with potential review units to make sure that we're all on the same page with what I do and what they want. You'd be surprised, they can want an awful lot. So those usually don't work out, but she handles all that, so I don't have to. Super Goopy says hello. Welcome in. All right. So with that, let me jump down to, let's see. Mark Leibowitz said there's a Dell Pro Micro QCM 1250, which is another major brand of mini PC with very similar specs to this. At Micro Center, it's $1,000. That's how significantly discounted this is. Just to give you an idea. Do your own research. Don't take anybody's word for it. Look it up. Okay, well, let's do our unboxing, right? MINISFORUM M1 Lite. Let's get a close-up here. We've got a little pull tab. We do all this live and unscripted, so you can see what you will likely experience if you decide to order one of these, and how much time it takes to get it all set up, what it should look like when you open the box, and what the setup entails. We do everything in real time. So if you decide to order one of these, you should plan your day accordingly to get it set up, or to at least know, without editing, right, exactly what's involved. So you can, you might even want to do this over a course of a couple days, but I want you to have proper expectations of what you're paying for, what you're getting, and how we set them up. So let's start with the mini PC itself. I like this packaging. This is so much better than the plastic. This is like a paper material, but it's much more easily reusable because you don't have to tear it. And it looks exactly like the photos online. Right? Everything's exact what we saw, which is how it's supposed to be. And then we'll come in here and see what else we've got in the box. These little holes are there to stick your fingers in to lift out, in case you're wondering. It's not a design, it's not there for aesthetics, it's there for a practical reason. We've got some documentation, which I personally don't find very useful. We've got a regular C13 style power cable, which is very common on computers since, since they came out with the home PC in the 80s. This power plug is the same. Then we've got a short HDMI cable. That's if you want to mount this behind your monitor or underneath a desk and you need a short HDMI cable and you don't want 6 extra feet of slack because that's ugly and gets all tangled. I don't use these because they're too short, but I also don't mount these anywhere. Then we've got our power brick, which for some reason is in a resealable bag. All right, everything's reusable here in the packing. And this power brick has a barrel style power connector with the C13, well, this is a C14 socket. See how that works? C13 on that end, C14 on that end. This is, let me get my other glasses. Hold on. Let me read the voltages out to you. It's probably 19 volts. I just don't know how many watts. Yep, 19 volts, 90 watts, 4.73 amps. It does not say MINISFORUM anywhere on here. So if I were you, I would get a marker or a label maker, and I would mark that as MINISFORUM. Or if you have multiple MINISFORUMs, mark it as MINISFORUM M1 Lite. A silver Sharpie marker will also do the job, because in the future, when you move or redecorate or rearrange the room, and these two things get separated and you have lots of other power adapters, if you're like most of us, that have that same end. So you plug it in thinking, well, if it fits, it's the right one. And then the smoke comes out. You can just throw that away and call that an expensive lesson you learned. We've got some little teeny tiny screws, which I'm guessing are for an M.2, adding M.2s and spares. And then finally in the box, one more thing. We've got a VESA mount. That's for mounting the computer, mounting the mini PC against the back of a screen or under a desk or on a wall, which also has screws in another bag inside this bag that was in a box that was in another box when we got it. And then we've got a couple extra rubber feet. Since the rubber feet do require removal to get into there, what ends up happening is the adhesive stops becoming sticky and the feet won't stay on. Ideally, you're not going to be opening this up more than once or twice in its whole life, but if you're one of those people, I would recommend that when you take the original feet off, move them away from the screws. Just put one here, just beside where they are now, and then you can get into this and never have to remove the rubber feet again. Just a little advice from your Uncle Kerry. So with that, let's put everything else back. Let's see, what am I doing? I'm going to go over here. And we'll get this bad boy fired up. Let's get this out of the way. And these heavy-duty glasses need to come off because they make everything blurry unless it's really close up and I need to look at the detail. So that's why I have those, for teeny tiny print. All right, let's plug in the power adapter. And then what else do we plug in? HDMI cable to the capture card here. Plug that in. We're not going to give it internet access. Anytime you're firing up a brand new computer, whether you bought it at the store or you built it yourself, laptop or desktop, you always fire it up for the first time with no internet access. If during the setup it asks you to connect, deny that. Wait until you get through all of the setup and you're at the desktop, then go online. If you choose to do it any other way, it might work out, but if it doesn't work out, you're going to dig a hole that you could have avoided digging. So because I don't want to dig holes I don't need to dig, I have this process. This process is there for me to save time. Sometimes slower is faster when you do things one at a time. It's much more easy to identify a source of a problem than trying to do everything at once. And impatience, or as they say, haste makes waste. And I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what I do. And you can do it any way you want, but I'm giving you the explanation of just why, not because I said so, but rather there is a logic when working at scale that helps keep me making money. All right. And if it works for me, it ought to work great for you. However, do it any way you want to. I don't have a dog in this race. So if you dig a hole, that's your hole. Have fun with it. Okay. Let's get a keyboard and mouse plugged in, which I've got right here. And we'll just use one of these USB 2 ports because that's perfect for a keyboard and mouse. Turn those on. And then I guess I need to give this power, right? So we'll grab that power cable. I've got plenty of power cables that are standardized, so I don't have to use the ones that come in the box. Keeps it nice and wrapped up, because they never quite wrap up as nice as when they're factory new. And I think we're good to turn this on. So let's hit the power button. Yeah, we got a blue light on right here. Let's jump over to the video output from this over to here and put that on the screen right now. In fact, let me put myself down in a corner while we're waiting. It's already booting. Look at that. So the unit MINISFORUM sent me has RAM and storage in it. That's why we defaulted on that $600 version. That's what we're looking at today. But do know that $300 or less version is available. So, you know, pick what's right for you, your budget, and know what to expect in exchange for the money. You want more? Spend more. Okay. It seems like a really, really good deal for this. No, I'm not exaggerating. Like, this is so perfect for pretty much every one of my clients. My clients range from lawyers and doctors and dentists and accountants. And a machine like this is perfect for those kind of workers. Real estate agents, just their common, typical work that the vast majority of people do for a living in America anyway. They don't need i7s and i9s. They don't play games, or unless they want to get fired. So these aren't for gaming, though you could play games on them. You know, certainly retro games and such, and lower end, lower resource required games, older games, esports games. But that's not how I make a living. Unfortunately for me, I can't make a living selling games or gaming machines. I would love to. I love what I do, but imagine if I just played all day and got paid. I kind of am playing all day and getting paid, but that's like a whole nother level of playing. That's great for home users that want to spend their money. Unfortunately, I can't make enough money. There's not enough revenue in that to sustain a business. You know, I was just reading how Spirit Airlines just closed up. Spirit Airlines has been around, what, almost 30 years. This is a big airline. And 30 years. I've been around doing this for 35 years. So that tells me my business economic strategy is far more solid and sustainable than Spirit Airlines. You could say I'm egotistical, or you could say you disagree, but yet they're out of business and I'm not. That's the bottom line. So when I'm giving you this advice, I'm telling you as a business owner what I'm doing to sustain work, so that I don't have to file for a bankruptcy, or I don't have to abandon all my customers because I can't make ends meet. That means every one of my customers is screwed because they can no longer call me for help. Business is gone. Just like all the airline passengers that had tickets for Spirit Airlines, the day they closed and the following days and weeks ahead, all have to get refunds and find another way to travel. Because Spirit Airlines could not keep a budget. They filed for bankruptcy twice before. And they still can't get it right. And the proof and the evidence doesn't matter how. It matters what the end result is. And if the end result is you don't have a business anymore, that's all you need to know. Whatever that strategy was, didn't work. And if somebody else has a business and doesn't have that problem, whether you like it or not, they're doing something right. You can learn from it or you can dismiss it. But, you know, you can only be lucky for a certain period of time. It's highly unlikely for you to just make terrible business decisions and just keep making money hand over fist decade after decade after decade, seemingly unstoppable. That's almost impossible. Businesses are always trying to kill themselves, and your job as the business owner is to keep it alive another day. The minute the business owner steps away, that's when everything goes to crap. Look what happened to Apple Computer Company when Steve Jobs left the company. They were days away from closing the doors. They had nothing to lose. And on a whim and a joke, they brought Steve Jobs back. They're like, well, you know, we don't like him. We don't agree with him. But at this point, we already know the date of our death if we don't do something. And Let's bring that jerk back that nobody likes, who founded this company and made it what it was before we single-handedly destroyed it. And while it's still got a heartbeat, let's entertain and humor this maniac, this egotistical, stubborn maniac. That way we can blame him for it. Well, if you know your history, he turned that company around, and that company today is worth over $3 trillion. One of the most valuable companies on the planet. So when we're dealing with people and psychology, I think it's important to keep in mind what the reality is. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like the rain. But to deny it's raining or to dismiss it, that's on you. That's a psychological thing, that this is what people do. And if you choose to do that, it's a choice you're making. I'm more clinical. I want to see results, good or bad. And I want to ascertain the value of that based on the results. I don't care about the people at all. I could give two rats behinds about Steve Jobs. If I met him, you know, if he were alive today and I could meet him, he'd be a nice person to meet. But other than that, he's not going to be a best friend. I'm not interested in it. I do want to learn. I want to listen when he talks about business and what he's done, because he's way more successful than me. What I don't want to hear is from somebody who's never done anything telling somebody else how to do anything. It's ridiculous. Welcome to the internet. So that being said, we're seeing some difficulties, I'm sure you're aware, in the industry with regards to pricing, things like RAM and storage and even CPUs and things, and everybody's affected by it, and there are companies that aren't going to survive this. And what MINISFORUM has done here is taken lemons and made lemonade. And other companies, if they want to thrive in this current scenario, including myself, we have to figure out how do we keep driving forward and keep offering value without going out of business? And how do we not go out of business if we don't thrive and start offering? In other words, if we just slow down everything we're doing and we don't introduce any new models because it's too much money, or we're not thinking creatively to solve this issue with what can we make with what we have, then you likely aren't going to have a company anymore that way either. So that's why I'm so excited that if you think about how many computers, new mini PC models were released in 2026, there is one manufacturer that has released more new models this year than any other manufacturer of mini PC. You want to guess who it is? I gave you 3 guesses. Let me go through the setup. Let me get rid of camera 1 for a second. Let's go through these questions. This is your typical out-of-box experience for Windows 11. So we've got English, United States up here. That's perfect. We'll continue in English. And then we've got, what else? It's going to ask me my region, my country. So my region will be United States. Right there it comes up. I'll hit yes. US keyboard method, yes. Secondary language keyboard, no. We'll skip that. Wants to connect me to a network. I'm going to click I don't have internet. Notice how MINISFORUM has already got the bypass NRO in there for you. Accept the license agreement. Username, we'll just put user, enter, blank password. Leave our location settings on, but turn everything else off, and our date and time will always be maintained for us at all times. That's why I choose these options, and you can choose differently. I'm just showing you how I do it and explaining why. Not looking for you to approve it or disapprove it. It's there for your information, and you can choose to dismiss that information or cherish it. It's your choice. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Once this is finished setting up, we're going to get to the desktop. And at the desktop, I will plug in the Ethernet cable, and we can check for Windows updates. And then while we're checking for Windows updates, I can look in the device manager and see who's making the network interface cards, as well as make sure we're activated. What else do we check? Well, anything you want me to check, mention it in the chat room while I'm in there. I'm happy to pull the information up on the screen for you. So while that's loading, let me grab my Ethernet cable, because we're going to need that here in just a moment. And it's all, there we go. It's a little bit wrapped up with some other cables there. So I'm waiting. I'm going to plug this in, but you could also go on Wi-Fi after we're at the desktop. There it is. You'll notice everything on the start menu is grayed out. That's because it has not yet confirmed our region, and to comply with local laws in different regions, it is based on your IP address. From your IP address, they have a general idea within about 100 miles of where you are. So we're going to plug in the Ethernet cable now, and you'll notice the bottom right corner, we should see some blinking, something blinking. Yeah, there it goes. It's blinking down there. And then when that goes solid, you'll then see all of these icons fill in based on our region detected by our IP address. So we're not violating any regional laws. With that, we can now go to Windows Update. So start settings, and it does look like we are in 4K here, so I'm going to reduce that too, but let me get Windows Update started first. And I always turn this option on, and I like to turn on this one and this one and this one, and under delivery optimization, which is down here, I like to turn that off because I'm not in an office with lots of other computers. The logic of delivery optimization is if there's other computers in your office that have already downloaded the updates, instead of bogging down your internet connection and Microsoft servers with the same update on 100 different computers, that the computers can share the updates with themselves in the same building. It's faster, it's more efficient, it pulls the burden off of Microsoft. While that's loading, let me right-click on the Start button and go to System, and let's see what version of Windows we've got on here. So there's our 16 gigs of RAM, Windows 11 Pro, and it is shipping with 2.5H2. I predicted we'd start seeing it after 6 months of its release, and my prediction is exactly right. On a modern PC, they're already starting to ship with 2.5H2 now. That's par for the course with any computer manufacturer. So now and moving forward, we should see 2.5H2 on recent computers and see 2.4H2 on computers that are older models, right? Because they're not going to go back and re-put an operating system back on them when they already have one that just costs them money. So anything new on the factory should be getting 2.5H2 on the factory floor. That's 26,200. Can't read that number. 7. Well, let me change my resolution. Let me right-click, go to Display Settings. If I can let go of the button. Display Settings. I think Carrie's having a spasm. Let's see. Change that to 1920 by 1080. Keep those changes. Things should look a lot clearer. Let's go back to Windows Update. I'm just kind of curious, since this looks pretty recent, how many updates are missing? Not many. That's such a pleasure. Let me tell you. I'm sure for you guys too that have to sit and watch them, but this is what happens when you buy a new computer. Let's go ahead and grab these extra driver updates. So the drivers are already installed on this, by the way, but these are just newer driver updates for what we already have. But if you're curious, we'll look in the device manager, and we can see, for example, who makes the network card, etc. We minimize that out of the way. So the network adapters, Intel makes the wired adapter, the 2.5 gig. It's a, let's say, i226-V, and MediaTek makes the Wi-Fi 6E card. So Wi-Fi 7 is the current latest standard, and most people don't even have Wi-Fi. I would say they have 5, Wi-Fi 5. Most people do not have 6, 6E, or 7. There's a little bit of future-proofing in that card. Granted, if you needed Wi-Fi 7, you would represent a smaller portion of the population right now in May of 2026. But in a couple of years, that may be more common. It should be more common. What else can we look at here? Let's go back to our Windows updates. This is moving along swimmingly. This is fantastic. Let me edit my power profile because I don't want the screen to go to sleep on me while we're live. And right there, it's defaulted as never and never. So I'm going to set that to about 3 hours. Save the changes, and then this right here, change what the power buttons do, appears. And I want the power button to actually shut the computer down. If I press the power button, it's the same as going to start and shut down. And it shuts the computer down safely. Computers with a sleep button, I haven't seen that in a long time, so it really doesn't do anything. But to keep my OCD happy, I was going to say do nothing and save those changes. And we'll let that run and bring back camera 1. And let's look in the chat for any questions you guys might have about the unit. And I'll do my best to find an answer for you if I don't already know it. Mark Leibowitz said, this MINISFORUM looks like an excellent value. On paper, it looks great. And knowing what we know of MINISFORUM, I don't expect the paper to be different from reality. So we're just here to verify everything's still the same with MINISFORUM, that they still mean what they say and say what they mean and make quality products, and that hasn't changed. So far, so good. No surprises yet. Mark mentions the MINISFORUM, Andy mentions to Mark, the MINISFORUM X1 7255, a little bit more money, but basically spec'd out the same at $609, 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gig of storage on Amazon. I think we reviewed the X1 in the past, and it is also a very good value. I would say that the X1 7255 is more for home users looking for gaming, versus the Intel would be more for business users. I would posit that the Ryzen chips are more appealing to home users and have options that are more aligned to hobbyists and gamers, whereas the Intel models tend to be more business oriented for people that use their computer to make money. Now, these aren't universal truths. It's not like you cannot game on an Intel. You can. And it's not like you can't do work on an AMD. But in general, if you look at the sales numbers, what you're going to find, generally speaking, is most offices and corporations are basically at their workstations running Intel-based workstations and Windows operating system. They're not Linux, they're not Mac, they're Windows. Around the planet, that's the planet Earth right now in 2026, and it's been that way for some time. So if you want a job and you're looking to make money, you will likely be working with an Intel-based computer. Not that you have to be, but that's just the way it is right now. I can't really tell you why, because I don't know. I can just observe and point out what I see. And for home users, they want to do things businesses don't want to do. And AMD fills that gap much better than Intel does for home users. And we get far more home users on this channel than business people running businesses. So as a result, we'll probably see a lot of comments regarding how superior the AMD is. But I'm here to explain why in somebody's view that is superior and why in my view it is not superior. I think this is superior. If I had my choice personally between selling or offering this to a client versus offering the other unit that we talked about from AMD, my clients overall and almost unanimously have said, don't even try and sell us AMD. We're not interested. Just, we're using what works. Let's not rock the boat. Let's stick with Intel. And that's my job. My job is not to pick sides. So I'm happy to install whatever the client wants. But it's just an interesting purchase And it's not saying one is more important than the other, but depending on you, the viewer, you might say, well, do I want the Intel or do I want the AMD? Well, if you look at what everybody else is doing, the vast majority of home users that want to play games want AMD. And the vast majority of businesses that want to make money are using Intel. And you can break that down to whatever you need to for that to make any sense, but it may help guide you to what may be a best fit for you. Neither solution is bad. It's just really how you're going to use it and how much you're willing to spend. So it's like having an argument over Coke or Pepsi. It's really silly. But be that as it may, either machine can do what the other one does. It's not like your Ford can do something your Chevy can't do. They're all kind of the same. But people find this weird loyalty, and it may be because emotionally they're involved, where a business, you're getting paid to work. You're not paid to care who makes the CPU in your computer. I would venture to guess, if I asked your average person going to work on Monday, when they get to work, what kind of computer are they using? Their answer is, I don't know. What do I care? Who cares? I'm paid to do a job. I didn't buy the computer. It was provided to me, the same as everybody else that goes to that office. My job may be payroll. My job may be HR. My job might be crunching the numbers, might be in accounting. Whatever their job is. Their job could be customer service. They could give a rat's behind. They probably couldn't even tell you if it was Dell or HP, let alone if it's Intel or AMD. They do not care. So the fact that somebody cares immediately is your red flag to say, okay, we've got an enthusiast. That's fine. Just understand what to expect. Prepare yourself, and you won't be blindsided or surprised by what they say. That may help you to align yourself to which camp is more relatable to you. Neither camp is a bad camp. And there are no hard, steady rules that says there can't be any crossover. But generally speaking, if you just observe the way things are working around you, you'll witness the same things I witness. So, just so you know. People on the internet especially, they want other people to agree with them. It makes them feel like they're right. If it were raining outside and I said, it's not raining outside, and other people agreed with me, then that means it's not raining outside because other people agreed with me. Of course, that's not how the world works, but that's how the internet works. So just be aware of that so you don't get sucked into the psychology of it versus the actual reality of it. And, if you're passionate about a manufacturer, go for it. If you want to, sit there and parade over red or blue or green, I don't have time for that. But you go ahead and have fun with it. And nobody in business really does that anyway, right? When you go to work, it's not like you're going to have a meeting with the boss and tell them what computers they should be buying for the multiple floor building with hundreds of employees. It's out of your pay grade. But what you buy at home is entirely up to you, of course. Frank Jimmy says hello. Andrew said he ordered one of these. Well, if you get it and you have some experience with it, let us know. And he said, yeah, we re-reviewed the Ryzen 7 260, not the 255. So the 255 is a little more budget conscious, a little cheaper. They're all good machines. If MINISFORUM makes it, I'm behind it 100%. So again, it really doesn't matter. Intel or AMD, it only matters to people who say it matters. And to the rest of us, we don't care. You know what it reminds me of? You go to a restaurant and they say, can I get you something to drink? I'd like a Coke. Well, we don't have Coke. Is Pepsi okay? Yeah. It'd be no different. I'd like Intel. Well, we have AMD. Is that okay? Yeah. Who cares? Close enough. All right, and then there's a few people that are just excessive. Well, if you don't have Pepsi, if you don't have Coke or you don't have Pepsi, I'm going to go somewhere else that does. I'm not that way. I have a preference, but I'm happy to have what's available too and appreciate it and be grateful for it and not complain and say, hey, it's great. Now, if they say, well, we don't have Coke and we don't have Pepsi, instead we have bottles of some soda I've never heard of before, I'll give it a try. But places like that, I either won't go there anymore or I just bring my own can of Coke with me when I go. Say, can you just bring me a cup of ice? I'll take care of my own drink. It's always nice to have choices, though. I love when you get to like a convenience store, like a gas station here in the United States, like Circle K or 7-Eleven as well. They'll be, what's the word I want? Bipartisan. They'll have Coke and Pepsi, Mountain Dew and Dr. Pepper. You know, they have it all. Just pick whatever you want. But when Pepsi owns Kentucky Fried Chicken and Taco Bell and Pizza Hut, you can't get Coke there because the parent company is Pepsi, so why would they be selling their competitors' products? Which means if you want to eat there and you really, really don't like Pepsi and you really are a Coke enthusiast, then you effectively boycott those companies or just take the food to go and eat it at home. And that sort of extremism, that passionate loyalty, follows through with some people, especially online, when it comes to AMD versus Intel. But the reality is there isn't that much difference between them. Outside of gaming, you're probably not going to see much difference anyway. And if you have a graphics card, then even the gaming thing, there's really no difference. Then it's on your GPU. So this whole thing's gotten very muddy because of the internal graphics. And enthusiast communities diminish the value of Intel because it doesn't play cyberpunk good enough. Can you imagine being in a boardroom meeting and talking to the vice president or the board of directors of the company and explaining why, using that as the excuse? We should be buying AMD. Why? Because cyberpunk runs better in it. Yeah. Why don't you just give us a few minutes alone? Step outside. I mean, it's just a very different reality from what I'm accustomed to in my line of work. And I want to share that perspective with you because I'm afraid it's just not shared often enough on the internet. But if you have a job and you go to work, you know exactly what I'm telling you is true. Luke Greenia said, I've had Intel and AMD and I can't tell which is which without looking. Yeah, nor can I. Nor can I. But the gamers and the enthusiasts, they know based on the frame rates. Slavko said, if Intel is offering more when I'm upgrading, then I'm choosing Intel. Yeah, but what Intel's offering more of may be more for you, but less for somebody else. What you define as more, or what you value more of, somebody else may devalue it because it's more of something they don't want or don't value. So if Intel is offering better compute functionality and you want it for gaming, you'll say, well, the Intel's a waste of money. But if you want it for work, you'll say the AMD's the waste of money. Neither one of you are wrong. But what you prefer, your personal taste, your personal preference, is personal. So looking for other people to agree with you is silliness, because you're not wrong, and no matter how many people agree with you, you're not right. You're just right for you. That's it. And that's really all you have to worry about in this life, because when it's over, it'll just be you, right? We all don't go when you go, although from your perspective, you could just as easily say, when I leave this planet dies with me. Well, as far as you're concerned, you're right. But for the rest of us, we live on. It's kind of like that. It's a psychology and it's a perspective that people choose to embrace. I choose to push away from it. I just call it as it is. I don't like it. I don't dislike it. It's just observation. It doesn't really matter how I feel about it. If it's raining, it doesn't matter if I like or dislike the rain. it's still raining. That's all I'm trying to say. So I try to keep the personal side of it out unless it's affecting money. So when I tell you my preferences about, not plugging the internet in until we get to the desktop and turning certain features on in Windows, those are based on my ability to make money and to avoid a support call. You can have your own way to make money and avoid support calls if you do what I do. And we don't have to agree on that. And you will not suffer the consequences of my decisions by getting support calls from my customers because I didn't do it the way you liked. And I won't suffer the consequences of your decisions getting support calls from your customers. That's your problem, and it'll remain your problem regardless of whether or not you're looking to point blame to somebody. At the end of the day, you're held accountable for what you do. You're not held accountable for what I do. And if my advice can help you, as it's helped me, wonderful. And if not, then dismiss it. Leave it for somebody else. So let's see, we are still updating. So that's taking a little bit longer than I thought it would, but that recent preview update that came out the other day is massive. It takes a while. But that should be our only round of updates. What I'm curious about is if I go to reinstall Windows on this, will we get the drivers we need? Or will we have to download them from MINISFORUM, and will they contain everything we need? MINISFORUM's been very good about this. But what a pleasure it was when we worked on that Gertoli mini PC where all the drivers happened automatically, basically through Windows and Windows Update. The only thing we downloaded was the AMD Adrenalin, which included the AMD chipset, and that was it. We did not need any drivers that weren't provided for us automatically through Windows. But that's also an older machine. The newer the machine is, the newer the technology, the less likely those drivers are available yet. So give it a couple of years and, it may change and may suddenly, you're not as reliant on those drivers. But lately, this has been of particular interest to me because of some of the difficulty we've had recently with other manufacturers. So let's hold MINISFORUM to the same task and see how they do. Mark Leibowitz said he had a gamer call him today about a gaming rig that wouldn't boot. It has a Core i9, but he bought the thing on Facebook Marketplace. So my money says he isn't that picky. Yeah, I don't know. You never quite know what anybody's getting sold on Facebook Marketplace. Could be genuine and sincere, or it could be a complete ripoff. Whenever I see other YouTube channels diagnosing PCs from their viewers, one of the big steps that I would do if it were me is right out of the gate, dismantle the entire computer. Because you don't know how it was built, you don't know what's hidden behind the board. There could be standoffs back there, could be cables that appear to be plugged in that aren't quite plugged in all the way. So it's faster, in my opinion, tear the whole thing apart, start with a board, CPU, the RAM, the storage, the cooler, and the power supply, and see if it works. And until you get that working, don't worry about the case, don't worry about anything else in the case, don't worry about cable management, don't worry about accessories. Just get the board running properly outside of the case with minimal components, bare minimums. Update the BIOS, reseat the RAM, do whatever you got to do. Once you've got that sorted, then start reassembling the computer. Even if it were assembled correctly to begin with, you don't know. So the only way you can know is completely dismantle it 100%. That means taking the heatsink off. It means taking the CPU out. All of that could be sat wrong. Check the pins. Those could be bent or damaged underneath the CPU. Make sure the cooler's seated correctly, the proper thermal compounded. The only way you can do that at scale is every machine has to go through the same process. Think about Federal Express. When they're shipping a package overnight, no matter where you ship from in the United States, if I'm shipping from Arizona to California, that package doesn't go to California. That package goes to, I think it's Tennessee or Kentucky, where their sort facility is. Everything is sorted, and then it's sent back out to its destination. That's a long way for that package to travel the complete opposite direction of where it needs to go, just to hop on a plane and go back where it was, only a little further west. But when you're working at scale, that is the faster, more efficient, and most reliable way to get it done consistently across the board. That's why it's done that way. In the same way that if a system comes in for repair and somebody bought it off Facebook or they built it themselves, we're talking like a tower, not a laptop, not a pre-built, something somebody would have built themselves. The only way to know that it's built correctly with a foreign machine that comes from somebody you've never met before, you know nothing about them, and it's not efficient to make any assumptions by using your eyeballs. You have to physically remove every component and build it yourself to ensure that it's built right. And you need to make sure those components work before you waste your time. So get them out of the case, because if they're installed wrong, they're not going to work. So get it out of the case, put the bare minimum together to get it to boot, and until that happens, you don't take it any further. That will ultimately result in a much faster and more consistent repair for everybody, no matter what they bring you. Sometimes people want to take the easy way out and look for the obvious. Yeah, you might find some things, but what about what you can't see? Therefore, it doesn't exist. If I don't have any windows and I can't see it's raining outside, it must not be raining outside then. That's not a good logic for somebody that's in a scientific field. We're looking for evidence and verification. So I do things my way based on that philosophy. Some people say, wow, it took you a long time to fix a simple problem. I didn't know it was a simple problem until I checked everything else. Sometimes it does take longer to do it that way, but overall, in my experience, it saves me time. But there are occasions where maybe it was just a loose cable. Maybe that's all it was. But how can I know that with any confidence without completely dismantling it to verify? Without verification, oh, I ran it on some tests and it's fine. Maybe. There still could be something else going on you don't know. Is there a BIOS update? Is there a firmware update on the SSD? I don't know. Are there chipset driver updates? Have the temp files been erased? Are the Windows files corrupt? I don't know. It's working, so I don't work like that. I don't go, I don't know. I guess it's good then. I mean, sometimes I fix problems where I don't know how they fixed them. I don't know what I did to fix it. And I'll run it through every test I can think of. I don't have a choice. But when it comes to a computer that was built by somebody, unless I built it myself or I know who they are or I've seen that computer in the recent past, I have to treat it, every single component is being installed wrong until verified. And I find for me, that makes me far more efficient, and I am far less likely to have that computer ever come back to me again. It's resolved, one and done, on to the next one. It's the support and the revisits that'll kill you in your business, because you'll be expected to do the work for free, and you'll probably deal with an irritated customer who already went without their computer for you to fix it the first time. So they're already irritated, they've got to bring it back. You're irritated, you got to work on it again. For free, because you didn't do it right the first time. That's why that's not sustainable. Mark Leibowitz said the guy on Facebook, he doesn't know, he hasn't seen the computer yet, but his theory is if you're buying on Facebook, it's probably because you don't have much money. And if it's being sold cheap because it's not working right, and you think, well, I could fix it myself and save a few bucks. He believes that's the scenario here. Jewel the Jet says, I bought 3 fans with ARGB. It has a power supply cord and a 3-pin connectors. Do I just plug it in the power supply and not hook it up to the motherboard? That's your choice. If you want to control the RGB, if you want to control the colors of the patterns, you'll have to hook it into the motherboard or some other fan controller. Otherwise, if you just plug it in and let it just run through the rainbow cycle as it does, and you're okay with it, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just what you want. Appreciate your questions. And how are we doing on our... Still downloading? Jeez, oh man, that is a big update. So what I'll do here is I'll let this finish, and then we'll shut the machine down. Let's open it up and take a look at the inside. Once we've done that, let's do a clean install of Windows 11 Pro and see where we're at for drivers. And if needed, does MINISFORUM provide all the drivers we need? They always have before. I suspect they will, but let's verify. And that will likely be today's video. So if you have any questions, concerns, or even any technical issues with something, please do ask in our chat room, especially when we're waiting for things, because this is a good time to interact with us. And then once I get to work on this and my focus is here instead of over here, then I might miss your question entirely. However, we have an amazingly helpful and intelligent community. So don't worry about getting an answer from me if I happen to miss your question. Watch for answers in our chat room, because many times their answers are even better than mine. And if you definitely want the answer from me, you just have to be persistent to ask again until I see you. But you can kind of get an idea if I'm going to be able to see you based on where's my attention at the time you're asking. What are you interrupting me, or are you talking to me during a break? So right now we're in a break waiting for this. If you wait until I'm busy and then you interrupt me and then you get upset that I'm ignoring you, you're being rude. I won't say that, but if you want me to see your question, then wait until I'm available and I'm asking for your questions, and I'll see it. But otherwise, welcome to communicate with our community here, who are very, very helpful and always eager to help a fellow member in our chat room. Roteva wants me to check to see if Secure Boot is on. Yeah, we can check that with, let's see, let's go to, how do I want to do this? Go here, and then I want to go screen so I can see it the way you see it. And we'll just type in MS info, yeah, and hit enter. And let's see what we've got. Secure boot mode is on. So right now, you know, it says Pacific Daylight Time, which is technically true, but we're actually in a different time zone. We share our time zone half of the year with Pacific Daylight Time. And then the other half of the year, well, basically we're Mountain Standard Time. So what I need to do, if I want to fix that, is come down here, right click on the date and time and adjust it. And it says set time zone automatically. You notice that's off. When I turn that on, this should change. And yeah, now up here it says time zone is Arizona. I don't know why that's off by default in Windows 11 install. Because if I'm turning location settings on, I would want my time zone to be set automatically. And especially if you're traveling like with a portable machine, like a laptop, I want to know the time of the area I'm in, not the time at home, unless I'm at home. And this will automatically adjust, so you don't have to think about it if you turn that feature on. But you've got to have location settings on for that to work. All right, let's get back over to the chat room. Again, if you have any other questions for me, this is the time to ask. Jules asking about the fans with the RGB. My motherboard is 4-pin. I don't know what adapter I would need. What you could do, you know, depending on, one of the problems as answering questions online is people go, my computer doesn't work, how do I fix it? No one in the world can help you with that. You need to, if you want really good help, I'm going to give you a secret. Don't make us interrogate you. Volunteer the information. First thing, before you ask a question, identify what your question is about. For example, I have an ASRock B760 motherboard model whatever. And I just bought these ARGB fans, make and model. Where do I plug them in on my motherboard, or does my motherboard have the ability? Now we can help you. But if you don't volunteer any of that information, you're going to feel like you're being grilled like a criminal, because you're refusing to volunteer the information, and we cannot give you any specific information because you won't give us any specific information. So your vague questions include vague answers. If you'd like to be interrogated, or you would rather volunteer the information to us, that would help expedite getting you the solution you want faster and clearer and more accurately. And that's true of all tech support. Same with a car. I need a muffler. Okay, on what? A Ford. A Ford what? A Ford Mustang. What year? What make? What model is it? A 4-cylinder? Is it a 6-cylinder? Is it an 8-cylinder? How old is it? Like, we need this information because the muffler is specific to the car, to the make, to the year, and to the model. So computers are the same way. There's so many of them out there. And how we fix one thing for you may be a completely different way to fix it for somebody else because of all these differences. But we do want to help you. So you can get to that answer a lot quicker. Anytime you have any technical question from this point forward, first thing you want to talk about is make and model of the machine. It also helps to know if this is something you built yourself or pre-built. And it also helps to know if this is when it's a problem, has this always been a problem? And if not, when did the problem first start? With all of that, and it's really not that much information, we can usually drill down to a solution the first time. We don't have to keep going back and forth in most cases. Where we go back and forth is when information is omitted that hasn't been volunteered. And then we say, we'll do this and do this. And they say it didn't work. You say, well, it must work because you claim you have this and this. And they go, oh, no, I also have this. Well, you didn't tell us that. So that wasted our time giving you an answer that didn't apply. It wasted your time trying an answer that won't work because you didn't disclose all the information and we didn't know to ask you. Easy peasy, right? It sounds so easy to just give somebody a solution, but it does require, especially somebody that you're not familiar with. If I didn't sell you the computer, I don't know anything about your computer. I don't know what version of Windows you have, or even if you're running Windows at all. So, just keep that in mind. Jewel says the motherboard of BS60, B560. I don't think that's an S. DS3H. So that's a gigabyte motherboard. I bought Evonik 120mm cooling fan. The machine was built by iBuyPower. Okay, that's very helpful. Good to know. Ben Laird said, is BitLocker on by default? It is not possible for BitLocker to be on by default, other than Windows 11 Home has an encryption, which is very similar to BitLocker, but it works very differently. Basically, the only way you can get BitLocker turned on by default is through a Microsoft account. There's no other way to do it. If that were the case, we would not have been able to sign into the computer. If that were the case, we would not have gone through the out-of-box experience. But on Windows 11 Home, it is possible that encryption is enabled by default. I'm not quite sure how Microsoft determines this on an install, and that's why my optimizer tool specifically looks for that. Because I build my Windows 11 media installer with Rufus, I download the image from Microsoft, but I actually make the bootable media with Rufus. I check two boxes in Rufus. One is always enable an offline account, and the other one is always disable BitLocker or encryption, which is only for Windows 11 Home installs. So I don't worry about it regardless. It's off the table for me because every time I install Windows, those options are already locked in regardless. So it's slightly different from Microsoft's default, but it does fall within the allowed changes that will not have any negative consequences in the future. That Microsoft says, you are allowed to make these changes It's the third-party changes that are being made that fall outside of Microsoft recommended policies. It's those people that'll have update problems, and they'll blame Microsoft for the updates. I got to turn updates off. They keep breaking my computer. No, you're the one breaking your computer, and you just don't realize it. Stay away from the third-party utilities. Unless you absolutely have to have it, you're just toying around. It's sort of like smoking cigarettes. You don't have lung cancer yet? Keep going. I don't know why people say smoking's bad for me. I haven't gotten sick from smoking. Keep doing it. You're doing it to yourself. When you choose to stop, if you choose to stop, then you'll join the rest of us who won't have emphysema and all the other problems that smokers will most commonly be afflicted by. This is the same thing. When people are monkeying around with their machines, believing every stupid thing online about changing your registry to do this, or modifying your services, or debloating Windows, you are digging a hole. And my advice is, unless that hole is absolutely necessary, there's got to be something else you can do with your time, or you just enjoy creating problems that you're unaware of until months later, so that you can point the blame at Microsoft when something doesn't work as a result of the changes you made months earlier because you believed something online. And the person who told you that online, you can't go after them for any losses. Whatever it cost you to fix that in time and effort, even if you had to take it to a shop to get it fixed, that's all 100% your bad decision making because you chose to believe somebody on the internet. Best advice I can give you is leave it alone unless it's absolutely 100% necessary. I don't like my start menu. I'm going to put a program on that changes the way my start menu looks. If you did that anywhere I worked, you would lose your job. You are not allowed to modify company equipment in that way. That is a home user whim. That is effectively a crutch holding you into the past because you refuse to keep up with the rest of us. And you're allowed to do it. You're not breaking any laws. But then when software doesn't update right or your computer crashes and you don't know why, there's a good chance that that start menu application you're using is the problem. And that's why only you are having this problem and the rest of us aren't. But most of the time, people just go, it's a bad update. It's Microsoft. These are home users, and this is the mentality of your average home user. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong. As a technician, I don't work like that. So it's sort of like somebody who doesn't understand the way things work, coming up with their own reasoning. It's not illegal. When I cut my skin and I bleed, somehow through magic, a scab forms. And over time, if left alone, the scab falls off and I'm back to 100%. It's magic. I can cut myself endlessly and it'll just scab up and heal and scab up and heal. I don't have to do anything. It's just magic. But if you're a medical professional and you hear that, imagine what you would think as a medical professional that somebody is saying they have the body heals itself through magic. It's preposterous. It's nonsense and absurd. It's a level of bragging about ignorance that is preposterous. But yet this is what we see online constantly with computers. False information left and right based on people with no real experience in the workplace. So when you visit the doctor and some of your cuts that you're fascinated watching your magic have become infected, and the doctor says, what happened to you? And you go, oh, I did that to myself, but something's wrong with my magic. Can you fix my magic? The doctor's going to do their job, but trust me, they're going to talk about you after you're gone. I just don't think you want to be talked about like that, do you? But, you know, this is what happens in the online communities. And especially when groups of people who believe in magic all get together and confirm to one another that it does exist, it just reinforces the wrong information. And I would rather fight for reality and evidence, proof and explanation as to why. Once we can understand why, everything else makes sense. But when you don't fully understand the long-term consequences of modifications you are voluntarily making to your computer
because you got some idea planted in your head from a content creator you know nothing about, or some Reddit forum with people that don't use real names, they don't show their faces. I don't know what people are thinking to listen to those people like they know what they're talking about. What if a doctor came into the room? You went to see the doctor, and the doctor was wearing a mask. You could not tell anything about this doctor. And you said, "Excuse me, doctor, what's your name?" And they said, "You just call me doctor." Okay. All right, doctor. What advice can you give me on this health issue? And they start spouting off nutritional supplements. You're like, wait a minute. You're trying to sell me supplements? You work at GNC? I thought you were a doctor. I'm a doctor. I'm not so sure you are. Who are you? Let me see your credentials. Let me verify that you are let me see the diploma. Let me verify how long you've been employed as a doctor. And let me make sure that you are the name on the diploma you're showing me. Otherwise, you're talking to who? Somebody who just put on the uniform and came in and started spouting confidence, and you believe them? Boy, in the world today, you can't afford that. You're going to get scammed out of your life savings if that's the philosophy you live by. Maybe in the 1950s that worked, but it ain't working today. So if you don't protect yourself, nobody else is going to protect you, just so you know. And those can be very expensive, very costly lessons to learn that way. And I don't want you to go through all that. If you can avoid it, it just takes time to verify in every aspect of life. Jim Kenny said, I've got a Corsair 200R case. The front USB port stopped working. He's got it on a Z390 gigabyte Aorus Pro Wi-Fi motherboard that he built in 2019. My power button died. Fixed it with contact cleaner. Am I missing anything? Well, if the USB ports on the 200R, those should be USB 3, right? Just the one big connector. What I would do is I would shine a flashlight into the USB ports and look to see if any of the pins are bent or damaged or crossed over and touching, anything like that. So look for visual damage first. Second thing I would do is I don't know if that motherboard has two USB 3.0 headers. Some do. Try the other header on the board. The other thing is you could have a bad driver on the controller for the board. So you can go into your device manager and everything under a USB, click once and delete until you wipe everything out, and then restart the machine and let it all repopulate again and see if the USB ports come back. A corrupted driver or a corrupted registry could cause that. Also, when you go in your device manager, look for any hidden devices, or just do a clean install of Windows. Right? If you can't be bothered with these steps, just wipe Windows and reinstall it and see if the USB port comes back. Because right now, what you don't know is if you have a hardware problem or a software problem. It could be software, could be a bad cable, could be a broken wire, or it could be something in one of the two ports is shorted out, and it will affect both of them because they're both sharing. Each pair of USB ports shares the same controller. So if that's getting shorted out, it will affect both. So it's up to you if you want to go into Device Manager, look for those hidden items, remove everything USB. Again, a flashlight, visually inspect. Look for any broken or loose cables coming off of the USB, because USB 3 has a lot of cables where it goes into the back of the bezel. If I don't see any physical damage, me personally, if that machine were here on the bench, what I would do for my customers, I would take their bootable drive out and I would put a temporary drive in with a clean install of Windows. And if that fixes the problem, then I call the customer and say, what do you want to do? If they want to just leave it as it is, I just put their drive back, no harm, no foul. But at least we know it's a software problem if that fixes it. If I were in a situation where I only had one drive and I didn't have one to test with, then I would run a backup, which I should have had anyway. But let's assume I'm a bad computer user and I deny all the advice, and now I need a backup. Well, make your backup. You can use free software to make a system image, including Windows itself will do it. And then once you've got your system image, go ahead and wipe the drive, reinstall Windows. And if the problem is still there, just restore your image back so you undo everything you've just done. No harm, no foul. On the other hand, if it does fix it, then you've got a decision to make. Now you know the solution. That's how I would look at it. You either have a hardware problem or a software problem, and until that's determined, that's the very first thing you've got to find out. And finding out if it's a software problem is the easiest thing in the world. It just involves wiping and reinstalling Windows. If the problem goes away, you solved it. And if you say, well, I got a lot of stuff on my system and I can't afford to lose it all, where's your backup? Put it back. Restore your backup. You know, make your backup. Do a full system image. You can even download Acronis and use it for free for like 15 or 30 days, whatever it is. It shouldn't take you but a day to figure this out. Make your image. Wipe the drive with impunity. Reinstall it as though it were brand new. See if the problem's still there. Once we know that, we know how to proceed. Super easy. Super easy. Jim Kenny says, I do have a local and a cloud backup, but what you want is a system image. So I would hope you have a system image. That'll make life so much easier to just restore an image if you have to undo wiping it out. That's why it's great to just have a spare drive laying around, just to verify. You know, you can just pop your drive out, pop your spare one in there, use it, and then you got your answer, you put your old drive back in. But barring that, a system image backup and restore it effectively does the same thing. Just takes a little bit more time for that process versus swapping out a drive. But let us know, and we'll go from there. Andy said one of the problems with AI is many of the answers I get about mini computers contain stuff from Reddit. Most of the stuff on Reddit I find to be accurate. However, AI is still improving, and it's improving rapidly. Where AI was just last year compared to where it is today is leaps and bounds better. And I find when it comes to asking computer problems with AI, it's generally right. When it comes to asking more esoteric questions, not so much, but it just keeps getting better and better, and all these kinks will get worked out. But for what it is today, it's really damn good in my experience with it when it comes to trying to resolve computer questions. It's very, very good, for me anyway. I think sometimes it's just how you're phrasing your questions that makes the biggest difference. Let's see, how are we progressing here? Full screen on this page. Oh, we got our .NET security and preview update are going. Okay. Hey, Sable the cat. Sable the cat. Hey, hey, stop scratching my walls. Hey. She's ignoring me. Thank you. I need that wall for later. Appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, it's really important you're patient on these updates. They can take a while. She's scratching on the corner of the wall right there. Oh. Right? See where you're standing? No, turn around. Turn around. Yeah, either that wall or where the box is. I can't tell. She's got a scratching post. She just doesn't know what it's for. Oops. Do that. Let's go back. So the earlier question about the fans, right? They said the motherboard's a B560 DS3H. Let's open up Copilot. And we'll ask Copilot basically the same question asked in the chat room, which is, I have a B560 DS3H AC-Y1 and I purchased Evonic, EVOU case fans with ARGB. How do I plug them in to the motherboard? To control the lighting. And let's see what Copilot says. Let me pull Copilot up so you can see how this works and how accurate it is. So let's pull up a window capture on Copilot. And it says you can absolutely control your Evonic ARGB fans with your Gigabyte motherboard, but the key is knowing which headers on the board support ARGB and how your fan hub is wired. The short answer is you have 3-pin 5-volt connectors that plug into either the 5V DLED1 or DLED2 headers. It'll say right below the pins etched onto the board. And you can plug the fans directly into the motherboard as well, or they can be powered via your power supply. Ideally, if you plug your fans into the motherboard, it will control the speed, speeding them up when your system's hotter and slowing them down when your system is cooler. If you plug it into a power supply, they just run full speed all the time, which can get really annoying. So yeah, it says, you know, you want to plug, it says each Evonic fan has a 3-pin ARGB plug with 1 missing pin. So it's a 4-pin connector that has 3 pins inside of it. 1 pin is missing. So out of the 4 pins, only 3 are being used. And if you look, you'll see your motherboard will have a matching set of pins coming out. There'll be 2, a space with a missing one, and then 1, and they're all close enough together you can tell they're part of the same connector. And it will say DLED1 or DLED2. Then you can download the RGB Fusion software, which is in the Gigabyte App Center, which is downloadable on Gigabyte's website for that motherboard. Install the Gigabyte App Center and run RGB Fusion, and then you can change and control the lighting effects. And there you go. Nothing inaccurate about this at all. That is 100% an example of how accurate AI is and can be depending on the subject matter and how the question is phrased. Now, it shouldn't matter if we're using Copilot or Anthropic or ChatGPT or Grok. None of that should matter. The answer should be the same regardless. But hopefully that helps you out. It was really surprising to me on the news that somebody couldn't get into their Tesla. They had basically locked themselves out of their own car. And we're calling the police department, I think because the baby was locked in the car and the battery died. They couldn't unlock the doors and they freaked out and just their brain turns off, right? People go into panic mode, which isn't beneficial for anybody. Luckily, that was beaten out of me when I was younger. But for those that never had it beaten out of them, they freeze like a deer in headlights. Just let the car hit them instead of get the hell out of the way and act. So they go on the news because they want other people to know, hey, if you own a Tesla like me and you lock your doors and your baby's inside and your battery dies, you know, here's what I had to do. What's funny to me about that is I keep seeing the same story over and over, but it's always someone different. These people need to know this. I want to go on the news and let other people know. Other people already went on the news and did this before you, but you didn't watch it. But you think when you do it, people are going to watch you? I don't understand. You didn't have to go through all this if you'd have just watched the news. But instead, now that it's affected you, now you want to go to the news completely oblivious that the news has covered this dozens and dozens and dozens of times, and that information is still on, you know, these news pieces are on YouTube going back years. So they said, well, what we did is, I think she says, my husband decided to ask Copilot or Gemini or ChatGPT, what do you do if you can't get into the door? And then it said, use your key fob. There's a key inside the key fob of the car. And this one might not have been a Tesla. It might have been like a Cadillac electric car, but same situation, same basic solution. Anyway, then they couldn't figure out how to get the key away from the key fob. So what do? They go right back into panic mode. They stare right at the headlights of the car coming at them, and they bust the key fob open. They're so desperate to get the doors unlocked. They don't know how to get the key out. And it never once occurs to them to simply ask a follow-up question to the AI chatbot and say, how do I get the key out of the key fob? And it would have said, you just push a little button, it slides out. But no, they didn't do that. They freaked out. They stopped using their brain. They had the phone in their hand, and they had to put the phone down that had everything they needed to know. And they stayed ignorant, and they just smashed it like a caveman because they were freaking out instead of thinking calmly and reasonably and having some emotional control. But then they take it to the news, and they're effectively saying, hey, if you're an idiot like we are, and you don't watch the news like we don't, so you haven't seen the story before, because it now affected us, we are very concerned that it affects other people like us, so we want you to know. But none of those people like them are watching the news any more now than they were before, so they didn't see the story. And by the way, if you would have just Googled it, you could have pulled up the news articles that were published years before you went and did yours and saw that you're not claiming anything new here. This is all documented and has been for years. And yet the answer is right in front of people and they won't use it. This is crazy. And I want to know, how can somebody that thick-headed afford the kind of money that those cars cost and not even understand what they bought? Let alone have any common sense to, you know, before you freak out, just take a second, use your phone, because that'll be the fastest way. Even if you call the fire department to come and break your windows for you, and the amount of time it takes the fire department to get over to your house, you could have already read the article or watched the video and already had it solved before they arrive at your door. People want to be victims, I guess. They want to just play possum and pretend like, you know, they're innocent victims because they bought something they don't know how to use. And then can't even be bothered to learn how to use it when they need to, and instead want to go to the news. It is an insane world we live in, just to tell the same story that multiple people have told for ages before them with the exact same problem that was also on the same news channel. And they're completely unaware of all of it. It's living in a bubble. Like, I gotta let other people know. Yeah, but other people are in their bubbles. They're not coming into your bubble, so you're wasting your time. Crazy. I want to just let everybody know how stupid I am. Can we put myself on the news so I can embarrass myself that I couldn't do the most basic, simple thing? And where are people going to see this article or this news feature? On YouTube, on the internet. So the very thing you could have used, you are now using to tell your story that you yourself never used to make yourself aware or to solve your problem. Okay, that makes no sense, but good luck with it. And if it's a slow news day, they'll just keep repeating the same story. But wouldn't it be great if the news said, hey everybody, we've shown you this story from various individuals with various electric cars over the last 10 years, and we're going to show it to you again. The players have changed, but it's the same story, and we're going to keep repeating it until people listen. Of course, the news won't talk like that, but boy, wouldn't it be refreshing if they did. Jules says, I think the spot that takes the 3-pin ARGB with the missing pin is taken by other fans or something. Well, look and see. Look and see. Look where the wire is. Verify if it says DLED1 or DLED2. See where it's going. Because usually where it's going will lead to another connector that you can plug into. But you have to use your eyes and look. I can't see it for you. Also, you should have 2 of those headers. So if one is taken, locate the second one. Then you don't have to trace that wire. Tracing it is just follow it with your eyes. It's a 5-year-old could do this. It's really simple. So I'm not diminishing you. What I'm saying is I want you to not be afraid to look and to evaluate instead of just expecting something to be obvious. It has to be obvious in your mind. And in order for that to make sense, you have to understand what it is you're doing. So otherwise, if you're just looking for a blank set of pins, you're just like throwing arrows in a dark room. How do you know you're anywhere near the target, let alone potentially going to hurt somebody? So if you look at it, you don't need to guess. You will know definitively exactly what that connector is by simply reading what it says on the board. And if the co-pilot said you had 2 of them, then why are you only talking about one? What's the status of the other one? It's not obvious to you? You've got to pay attention and look. If you can't or won't do that, then hire somebody to do it for you. But it's very simple. But you need to have patience and you need to slow down. And once you learn it, you'll know it forever and you empower yourself so that you won't go through this again. But you don't have any point of reference because you've never done it before. And I'm encouraging you, take your time, slow down, and pay attention, and it's to your benefit. You'll see how easy and simple it is once you are aware of how it's all laid out and where things are located on your board. You'll know what to expect anytime else you have to do anything ARGB related because they're all kind of the same. So the board, so Jules says there is not another header. I have looked. Well, if you pull the owner's manual, since we're still waiting here, is this even budged? Wait a minute, I see something. It doesn't look like our update's moving at all. It seems to be hung up on something. I don't know what it's waiting for, but I'm going to tell it to restart. That'll force it. Because it's not locked up, but it seems like Windows Update's doing something where there's a delay. And normally, I would just let that run and let it take as much time as it wants. But since we're live on camera, and I want to get other things done today before we run out of time, I'm going to do something I don't normally do, which is to restart it during the update. Now, as far as this question goes with the headers, again, I'm not quite sure that everybody should be working on their own computers if what you're looking for are excuses. So when it comes to locating the ARGB headers based on what Copilot said, what I would do is download the motherboard manual, and you will look and identify and verify what Copilot said is accurate. And you would simply go to Gigabyte's website. So here we've got, what did he say, a Gigabyte? I'll just show you by example. A Gigabyte Z390 Aorus Pro Wi-Fi. All right, let me bring up the browser and type in Gigabyte Z390 Aorus Pro Wi-Fi and press enter. Now, let me share the screen and I'll show you the results. This is how easy this is. You do have to like put a little teeny tiny bit of effort in, but it's not much. Let's bring up the window capture. Okay, So this is the board you've got right here, according to what you're telling us. And here it says there's a manual, the documentation. And we'll look for that manual in English, and we'll download it. Now, if we scroll through and look for a picture of the board, like a diagram right here, this should tell us where everything is. So there's DLED right there. DLED 1 is right down here, this connector right here. And then DLED 2 is right up here, DLED 2. So you telling me you don't have 2 is a lie. You didn't look, or you don't know what you're looking for. This is what your board looks like. And if you don't know where to look and you don't know what you're looking for, then just go to the manual and it shows you exactly where everything is. Then you know, okay, I need to look at the top right corner to locate this connector, and I got to look at the bottom left side to find this connector. Now you know. But if you're just blindly looking and you have no idea where to look, it's obvious you're never going to be able to find it that way. So this is free. It took, what, 30 seconds? And if one of these is being used already and you don't know why, and you can't be bothered to trace it, then just go use the other one. If you don't have the other one, then you have not accurately told us the make and model of your board, in which case the information we give you does not apply to you because you did not give us the information correctly. So it's really that simple. I mean, there's no reason to turn this into something it isn't. It's very, very simple, but you must be willing to pay attention. And if you won't pay attention and you think it's got to be a big red button that you press, you know, it's more complicated than that, but not much. It's really, really simple. And like I said, once you've learned this, once you have this experience, you are empowered for the rest of your life, that if any future related event pops up with any other system, with this knowledge behind you and this experience behind you, it'll be nothing for you. You'll say, oh, that's nothing. And then you'll understand why I'm kind of baffled by why you're making this out to be something that it isn't. It's very simple. So check that out. I hope it helps you. I'm not trying to belittle you. I just want you to realize that if you're just not willing to learn how to play the piano, maybe it's just not your thing. But if you want to, 100% you can learn to play the piano. You're going to have to practice and you're going to have to put some effort in. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to put a whole lot of effort in, but you got to do more than just look at it. All right, so with that, let me jump back over to our main screen and see how we're doing. Okay, updates are installing. Very good. As soon as this is done, I'm not even going to go back for any more updates. We'll just shut it down, take a look at the inside of it. And then we can also look at the BIOS. And we can even do our Windows 11 reinstall just to see, you know, how we're at with the drivers. Joel says that's not what his board looks like. Well, I promise you, the name of the board you told us is the board we showed. So if there's a correction you need to make on which board you have, did I mix up your answer with somebody else's? Let me see. Oh, I did. I mixed up, so that's my mistake. I saw Jim Kenny's motherboard, not yours. You have a B560 DS3H, so that's my mistake. Just because there's so many conversations, I'm having a hard time keeping them up. So let me pull up the right board for you. So the B560 DS3H. B560 DS3H ACY1 manual. Okay, let's take a look here and see if we have the right board. Since we're not missing anything watching this update, let's jump back over to our search results. So there's a DS3HAC. I don't know if that's the Y1. The Y1 is a variant. Okay. Once again, we're going to look at that motherboard design, and then we can zoom in on this. There's DLED1 in the exact same location, and DLED2. Is there a DLED2? Let's see. You're saying there isn't one, and I just want to verify that. I only see one in the top right. So what that means is these are meant to be chained together like Christmas tree lights, where one fan, you should notice on your fans you have a female and a male, right? On your fans, they should be both. You should have 3 wires coming off of your fans. One will be a fan header, and one will be a male LED ARGB connector, and one will be a female. And you're supposed to use all 3 cables on all but the last fan. And every fan in your system that has RGB should be exactly the same. So all you got to do is plug the male into the female and do that continually so that they're all chain linked together. And then you should all work with one header. But you can avoid that by having a second header, which it doesn't appear this board has, even though the AI chatbot said it did, unless I typed the wrong question into the AI chatbot, and that's on me for typing it wrong. See what it says about the, scroll down a little bit. Internal connectors. So it just says one addressable. So A is addressable. RGB, red, green, blue is an LED. So one addressable LED. So the chat bot apparently gave us misinformation, or again, I have to go back and look at the chat bot, see what I typed. But again, that's not a limitation for you. You just plug it into your other fans. Okay, let's go back over to see how our computer's booting up here. Still doing updates, okay. £36 said, Kerry, is there a revision on the board? Well, the Y1 boards are the cheap bottom of the barrel discount boards. So when you bought that, my guess is you were trying to find the cheapest board you could find. Now you're looking for features on the higher end board that you didn't buy. That's the why the Y1 doesn't show up by default, is it's not meant to be sold to individuals. That board was meant to be sold to manufacturers only. You're not supposed to have that. Now, on the other hand, if your system was pre-built, which I think you said it was, that's exactly who that board was meant to be sold to, a system manufacturer. And that would mean that when you have questions, you go to the system manufacturer for those answers. But you don't have to. I'm just saying that Gigabyte says, look, we're not going to give you much help on this because you're not supposed to have it. We sold it to them, and if you have any problems, you go to them. That's why we never offered these for sale. But there are people selling them. You can go on Amazon and Facebook and you can just buy the board, but it was never intended to be a consumer purchase board. But if your machine is pre-built, that was exactly who that board was intended for, under the strict conditions that the manufacturer is the one you go to for support. You don't go to Gigabyte for that. And Gigabyte reduced the price of that board by taking all the support away from it, which made it cheaper for the manufacturer so that they could sell it for less money and can still afford to support it, so that if you have any problems, you would reach out to them and see what they tell you. But I can tell you exactly what they're going to tell you, which is you just chain them all together. As for whether or not you can use the 3-pin and the 4-pin on the same board, no. Generally speaking, you're only going to have, for most fans, and I don't know on the fans you bought, but generally they will be one or the other. They're not usually both. I know that there are some out there that will work with both. And if that's the case, then you could use them both. However, it gets really confusing software-wise wanting to control those because they're on two different circuits. And then it's going to make a mess out of you trying to make them synchronize together because you're using two different communications protocols. Also, if you are misunderstanding what those pins are and you plug it in, it could smoke the fan or kill the RGB, where the RGB will never work. If you use the wrong pins and you overvolt them, it's done. So I would prefer, if you're already using ARGB, to just continue using the ARGB with your new fans. And if your new fans don't have ARGB, return them and get fans that are. It should be that easy. And if the plug that you're looking at on the board doesn't have any female connectors, just go buy an adapter off Amazon. It'll be a Y adapter. Plug it into that one pin. It'll give you two. So plug what was in there on one and plug what you want to plug in on the other. And then the other fans should all plug into each other after that. So lots of very, very simple solutions just for some stupid lights. You could also just, buy a lamp if that's what you wanted. But, that's the practical side of me going, look at this nightmare you've created for yourself, spending money you didn't need to spend to be in a situation where you're confused and could potentially damage your computer, all for some lights. Seems a little silly to me and nothing we would do in the real world of corporate America. But you're not doing anything wrong. This is strictly a hobbyist thing. And this is what comes along with the hobby, right? Is you get this experience. And the experience could come at a cost that, can be a very expensive lesson, or it could be very easy depending on the person doing the work. You might say, I don't know what the big deal is. You just plug it in. Why is everybody having this discussion? Other people are like, I can't make heads or tails out of what you're saying. This makes no sense to me. But we all started with no information, right? None of us were born knowing this, and we're happy to share it. We're happy to encourage you, but we also want to make sure you understand the risks that are involved without somebody there to guide you and teach you personally. Because if it's this confusing for you, you really would benefit from having somebody show you in person. On the other hand, you can absolutely figure it out on your own, but there may be consequences to that end up costing you money. But everybody's got their own way of learning, and whatever way you're most comfortable with, I like to get my, elbows deep is what I say. I like to get in there and figure it out. But that's just me. But if there's somebody that can demonstrate it to me and show me, I'm a visual person versus, reading a book or having somebody describe it. It's hard to picture something you have no point of reference for. So watch somebody do it, or, have somebody teach you. Sometimes that little assistance can be an amazingly efficient way of learning versus my way of learning, which is getting in elbows deep, can be a very slow way. But the reason I like it is because nobody can tell me I'm wrong. I can figure it all out on my own, and I don't have anybody else's predefined ideas or biases. I know what works for me, and nobody can question my reality. They can't tell me what I didn't work, because I made it work and I know how, and I can confidently, from that painful learning experience, know how to do that from that point forward. Because it wasn't so easy, it's not easily forgettable. So, but that's just how I learn, if I can watch somebody do something that's the same, like same motherboard, same idea, that's even better, because then it's faster. But sometimes I figured things out on my own that nobody else that I've found online has figured out. And I'm like, see, I don't know any better. When I'm learning things and I'm going elbows deep in with my own experience with no predefined biases, I realize things that everybody else that's following the sheep go, why did you do it that way? I go, well, you didn't know you could do it this way? And they're like, How did you learn that? Well, I figured it out. I did it myself. I didn't listen to anybody online. Dr. Wayne Dyer, this guy out of Michigan, has this quote I love. And he says, I want to thank everybody in my life who ever told me no. It's because of them I did it myself. But I've run into scenarios where I'm questioning other techs and I'm going, why are you doing this when all you had to do was do that? They go, well, how do you know that? Because I've done it. Yeah, but how did you learn to do it? I figured it out on my own. I didn't listen to anybody tell me how to do it. So I don't know any better. It would have never occurred to me to do this routine you're doing. It doesn't make any sense. Because I figured it out on my own, I figured it out in a way that makes sense to me. And watching how somebody else does it, I'm going, why are you working that hard? All you had to do was just plug these things together or push this button. But that's not what people are saying online. Yeah, because they're all just repeating what the other one said. Nobody's coming up with their own ideas. So for me, that's important for those reasons. But it can take me much longer to figure things out that way the first time. But because it took me such a long time to figure it out that way, I'm much faster seeing the same problem in the future, and the lesson stays with me longer. I won't soon forget the answers I struggle to get. You see what I'm getting at? So, as for the adapter, just a 4-pin ARGB splitter. If you just go to Amazon, type in ARGB splitter, 2 words, you get screens full of them. They're cheap. That's all you want. And just leave that other 3-pin alone. Just stick with ARGB. Your life will be so much easier. Keep it the same. Otherwise, everything you do differently could have its own individual unique problem. So the more you do differently, the more problems you introduce or potential. And the more you keep the same, the less likely the problems will be different. They'll have the same problem, basically. So just so you know. Mike Carden said it needs a power off. It's stuck. You might be right. It's taking an awfully long time. Let's go ahead and pull power on this because what I'm guessing it's doing is it's still downloading. I think most end users create their own problems through impatience. This is the kind of thing that will create a problem. Now, I don't mind. I'm a tech. I can handle whatever problems I create. But I don't like doing that. I much prefer to just go find something else to do. Whatever this is doing, it's likely not locked up at all. And I think you are misinterpreting what you're seeing as a problem. It's not a problem at all. It's a lack of patience. Now, if it runs that way for about 2 or 3 hours, then I'll agree with you. But until then, it's way too early. So I would normally, as a professional technician, leave it alone until it's done, or until 2 or 3 hours has passed without any perceivable progress. To jump ahead without that is, I think, a wrongful assumption that is likely to introduce problems. When you pull power during an update, there's a good chance of a file corruption. Now, we're going to reinstall Windows anyway. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, why not just do it now? I don't need those updates to finish anyway, and we're running out of time. So let's start with just taking a look at the inside. Let's go to full screen on camera 1, and we'll unplug everything from the back. Let's go ahead and start by taking the rubber feet off. You'll also notice we have an arrow right over here that points to this little cutout that you can put a spudger in to lift the back off. It also says, okay, this faces the rear. It's got the word rear right there, meaning when you put this plate back on, it's not going to sit right unless you've got it oriented in the right position. And so to have that little helpful reminder right there is very useful. Now, these feet, because it's a brand new unit, they should come right off without much problem. But after years of the adhesive drying out, you might end up tearing the foot or ripping the adhesive. Hence, they give you 2 additional feet for that. But when it's new and everything's fresh and, you know, hasn't been sitting for a long time, it should come up really easily. Now, I've seen some people use tools for this. I just use my thumb and grab an edge. See how this finger pushes against the Mini and this thumb is moving this way? Just pulls right off. And they're coming off nice and clean. All the adhesive is sticking to the bottom of the foot. Beautimous. And then we'll grab a screwdriver here, which I'm guessing is going to be a Phillips. It's way down. No, it's not way down. It's right there. I can't see it. So I'm kind of going in blind on this. And let's see, we got one screw there and one screw here. And the other two corners. All right, let's see what's hiding back here. Let's grab my little spudger tool and we'll place it in that opening right there and pry up. Now, you'll see, even as I'm prying, it's got something kind of locking it in. So there's probably some clips somewhere in the middle here. If you have a credit card or a guitar pick, the idea is that you want to get into the gap and move the plastic clip away. So all I'm doing is when I'm bringing my spudging tool around the edges, I'm looking to feel, so if I can get this in this little gap, if I can get any recess in there, and put a little bit of pressure on the lid by lifting, and get a finger in there, kind of lifting up on it, slide the tool in, and just slide it towards me. And if need be, bend the case away from the clip. And all of a sudden, everything just opens up. Now you'll notice we have a wire here. That's for this fan. We have 2 bits of thermal tape. Neither one has any film. They're both tacky. So they are ready to go. Inside, we've got a single RAM module. Let me unplug the fan from here for a second so I can bring this up to the camera and give you a nice close-up look of what's inside. Check this out. If you were to order this bare bones, that's how easy it is to open up and put your own NVMe in here or both. There's your CMOS battery right there. There's a single RAM module. Now some people say, oh, it's not in dual channel. Well, if it was in dual channel, we'd have to replace them both to upgrade. Because it's in single channel, we just need to buy a matching one of these to double our RAM. So it's going to cost half as much money. And there's no waste. So either way, we've got a Kingston 512 gig NVMe drive up there and name brand memory, which, you know, you're not really seeing much name brand components these days. With the NVMe and SSD prices going up, especially with a lot of these off-brand Asian brands off of AliExpress or even Amazon, we're seeing no-name brands generic on RAM and storage now because they're cheaper. So MINISFORUM is still using quality name brand NVMe and RAM, which I think is admirable, very respectable, knowing that that's probably costing more money, but it's also good stuff. So anyway, that's all there is to it. It's a pretty simple machine. Yeah, that's all there is. Underneath, just in case you're curious about the Wi-Fi, can you change the Wi-Fi out? Let's see. Let's look underneath the NVMe drive. That's usually where the Wi-Fi is located on these mini PCs. So we're going to take out the Kingston NVMe drive and just set that right here. And let me show you back up at the camera again what was hiding underneath of it. That's going to be our MediaTek Wi-Fi card right there. And you'll see the NVMe drive was just over the top of that. So that is upgradable and replaceable, as is the NVMe drive, as is the RAM. So very customizable, very configurable, nice mid-range computer, bare bones at $300. That's a bargain every day. And at $600 with the name brand components in it, I think you'd be hard-pressed to provide your own brand new, even matching the brands. If you bought your brand new Kingston 512 gig NVMe that matches this one, and then bought the Crucial RAM, just the one module, and you you bought those separately and then bought the bare bones of this, and then you'd have to buy a Windows license, the $600 unit already built up with the RAM and storage in it and operating system in it will be cheaper. And you don't have to worry about voiding any warranties or causing any damage because it's already done for you. So you can immediately take it out of the box turnkey, just start using it right away. Some people have nightmares about having to do this kind of work, and other people have nightmares about accepting the components that the manufacturers include as not being good enough. But it's really hard to expect all of that at a cheap price. You know, people that want to be ultra demanding must be willing to pay more. That's it, or you get nothing, right? Money talks. So for what they're asking for this, for what you're getting, I think it's a bargain all day long. And I'm just thinking of pretty much every single business client I have. And I can't think of one that wouldn't benefit from this. So for one way or another, this will probably be deployed out eventually to one of my clients as a test unit and let my client evaluate it for me. And I'll support it for free in return, and I won't charge them for it. And then we can determine if that's you know, a good solution 2 or 3 years later if we had any problems, or if it immediately starts having any issues, we'll know right away. And that's the best test. There's no benchmark better than that. You just got to find the right customer willing to accept those conditions. And there's a benefit for them and there's a benefit to me, and that's the best test we can throw on it. Okay, so putting this back together, let's see, this said it was facing the rear. And this fan went over here by the RAM. So let's go back to the close-up camera. Right here. Yeah, these glasses that I'm wearing, these are great for reading the screen, but for this close-up work, I really need the magnifiers. So let me get the heavy-duty glasses out here. Oh, there we go. Now I can see that little teeny tiny connector. Now the connector will only go in one way, and you should feel a positive snap when that goes in. Very mild one, it's a small connector. And then this is a big heat sink, and it's got the 2 thermal pads so that if you do add another NVMe drive, the pad is already there for you. And then yeah, you can see now underneath the lid where those little clips are that we're holding it in. I can see them now. But when you can't see them, and I've never opened one before, it's why you want to be real careful with a spudger tool like this, or preferably something made of nylon or plastic, so you don't score anything up, damage anything. And then that little indentation where we had placed this initially, that's where the arrow goes. And that's how we know not to put it on, you know, upside down or 180 degrees off of where it should be. Now the other thing is, if you keep the feet off of it, it's sucking air in here. And if you just leave the feet off, you suffocate the machine. So it's critically important that you put the feet back on it. And if you rest it on its side, you're blocking an air vent that way. You're blocking an air vent that way. You're blocking an air vent without the feet on it. The only safe way I can run this without the feet is turning it upside down. Now all the vents are available. So to leave the feet off and keep the screws out of it, I'll just leave it upside down for that reason, so you understand why I'm doing that. And let's go ahead and plug everything back in. But because we're going to reinstall Windows, we're going to leave the Ethernet port off, empty. I'll get my spudger tool out of here. We're done with that. Let me grab my Windows 11 media, and we'll plug that in right here. And then I need my keyboard and mouse plugged in, so we'll use one of the USB 2 ports. Now, if I reverse that, my keyboard and mouse won't be any faster, but if my installer was there, my installer would be slower. It would take longer to install Windows. So there's a reason why I'm choosing those ports, and not just randomly picking one. And then on top of that, we need our HDMI cable right here. And we'll plug that bad boy in. And that's it. Just power, HDMI, keyboard, mouse, and our installer. Now we'll turn this on, and let's go back over to HDMI 3. That's our capture card, and we should get the MINISFORUM logo, and I'll start pressing delete, and that's what the BIOS looks like. So it's got the modern graphical BIOS, which I didn't expect. I thought this would be text-based at this price point. So that's a good thing. Well, let's go over to boot. Well, let's look at setup first, because in setup we'll see if there's any power options, but I don't think there are. Go to advanced. Yeah, there's nothing here regarding power. Let's go back one. Power and performance. Oh, you can change it. Oh, I see. I was wondering why the other mode said not available, because it's either already defined or you have to define it yourself. So good luck with that. Some of you were bold enough to do that. I'm going to leave it alone. Okay. But it is there, you know, so it is flexible in that way if you want to do that. As for the boot options, I generally leave these alone, but I just want to temporarily override the NVMe to the USB, right, which is currently boot option number 4. So what I would do is I would hit escape and click OK, and hopefully that takes us back. It does. Go to the boot screen, and then this should ask us how we want to boot, just this first time only. Or no, it doesn't. It's actually just booting. I thought it was going to give us our boot setup. That's a different menu option. I've selected the wrong thing. So in order to expedite this, I'm going to pull the power. We're just going to pull the power, plug it back in again. I'm not worried about file corruption because we're going to erase everything in this process regardless. So it's irrelevant, and we'll just try to move things along because we're already over 2 hours, and I've mostly just been talking, waiting for updates that were taking forever. So once I see that MINISFORUM logo, right here it says BBS menu. That's what I meant. Boot is literally to boot. I want BBS, and I want to select the SanDisk as my bootable device. Just click once on it, and it starts to load off of the flash drive. When that loads, we'll have the Windows 11 setup. Now I want you to keep in mind that I don't have any driver backup here. We're going into this completely blind, which in my line of work is just another day at the office. But you at home, you could back up your drivers before you do this, and it'd be super easy if you did that. But we don't want to do it that way. We want to pick the worst case scenario, which is we go in blind. So we're going to set up Windows from scratch just to see what happens here. Accept the license agreement. We're going to find disk 0 will have multiple partitions on it. We're going to delete all of them. And that's going to wipe this drive out. I'm going to return it back to the way it came from the factory that makes the drives, which is it will just say 1 disk 0 that's unallocated with no partition. Right? So now there's only 1 disk 0 completely unallocated. Total size is that 512 gig size. That's the Kingston NVMe. Disk 1 is the flash drive. It has 2 partitions on it. That's our installer. So we want to install to disk 0 and hit next. So summarizing, this is what you're going to do. I really wish they got rid of this screen. Hit install, and it's formatting, it's partitioning, formatting, and copying over the files we need for a clean install of Windows 11. Now you'll notice it did not ask us what version of Windows 11 we wanted. It did not ask us for a product key because the product key is already embedded into the BIOS on this, so you cannot change your Windows version without customizing your installer. And instead it will just default to what the machine was registered with, and you never have to enter your product key ever. Pretty nice. It will auto-activate when we go online and check for Windows updates. We never ever need to know our product key on Windows, except the first time. After that, the Windows Update Server will remember your serial number on your motherboard and your product key and will reassociate them automatically without any input from you. This avoids support calls, right? It's in everybody's best interest for the things to work automatically or auto-magically, as the case may be, so that we're not having to educate every single end user that wants to reinstall Windows. It just becomes more simplified, more reliable. And asking about the RGB fan, said now he has found on Amazon the RGB splitter that I was mentioning. Perfect, there you go. Appreciate the update. Let us know how that goes for you. It should really be simple though. I think you just might be overthinking it a little bit, but that comes along with anxiety and lack of reference, and we all do it. But I think once you actually get that splitter and plug it in, it's going to work very, very simply. If not, or either way, you know, let us know. Follow up with us. We want to see you succeed. Gary Tatum says hello. While we're waiting on this, let's jump back over here, get over to camera one real quick, and let's take a look at the MINISFORUM website, see what support is available on this brand new model. Because sometimes when the models come out, the websites may not be updated yet. I think this has been out long enough though. Let's go find out. Again, I'm not going to hold MINISFORUM to a different standard than I would hold any other PC manufacturer. It's just that they've got an established history that I'm assuming hasn't changed, but I still got to verify it. So let's jump back to our window capture and let's type in, we're going to look for MINISFORUM. I spelled it wrong. MINISFORUM support. Okay, first link is the support center, and we're looking for drivers and downloads that we might need on this. For what? Well, right up here, I mean, we can search for the entire catalog or just tell it we need a light, wrong keyboard, light M1. Let's see what pulls up here. Nothing. What do they call this thing? I've already forgotten the name of it. It's a 125, I know that. 125H. How about now? No? Well, the machine we have isn't any of these. Support, drivers and downloads. Is it an AI Mini? There's the M1 Pro. We've got the M1 Lite. Uh-oh. Do we not have drivers for that? It's not a gaming PC. None of these. I just want to look. It's not a NAS or a tablet or a screen or a dock or a Thunderbolt dock. These are gaming PCs. These are motherboards. If you wanted to build your own ITX system, they sell boards for that at MINISFORUM. And we've covered those in the past as well. So that just leaves the Elite section, and I don't think it's under Elite. It's not a UM series. Oh, I'm surprised the MSO1 is listed as Elite. But the case looks familiar though, doesn't it? And we're looking for an M1 Lite. Nope. Nope. Just not there. So, as I mentioned, sometimes when these computers come out, The website has not yet been updated. I'm not quite sure if you ordered this bare bones where you're supposed to get your drivers from, but we haven't even established if we need drivers. I'm assuming we will, but let's go back over to camera 1, and then let's check on this guy here and see how we're doing on our install. Oh, it's waiting on me. That was quick. Okay, so we're going to go through this process again. Yes. US, skip. Don't have internet. User, enter, enter. And while we're waiting, I can go ahead and pull my flash drive out. We don't need that anymore. Of course, you know what I do here. Accept. Okay, we're getting there. Pretty fast process. What I'll be interested in, of course, is looking in the device manager. I have a feeling with a unit this new, we likely are going to be missing a lot of drivers. Now, obviously, an Intel chipset driver is going to be needed. And with that Intel 2.5 gig, because it's a 2.5, it won't surprise me if it's not auto-detected and that we have to put the driver in for that too. And then everything else, I don't know. Now, it's possible that this uses the exact same driver package as the Pro version and that the only difference is the CPU. That would be my suspicion right now. But I want to wait and see the results first before I start second guessing what might be versus being patient and knowing what is. I much prefer basing my decision making on what is, not on what might be. But I'm also ready, like I have an idea in my head how to proceed either way, and I refuse to think any further ahead than that, because that's how you're going to drive yourself crazy, is there's no end to it. There's no end to that logic. So we just go for the immediate steps and only the immediate steps. So here we are at the desktop, and again, you can see we're not plugged in here. Everything's ghosted. And then we'll look at the device manager first and foremost and see how many devices it's missing. So it looks like both wired and Wi-Fi are missing drivers on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 10 unknown devices. And before you freak out about it or overreact, the first thing I want to do is get this online and go to Windows Update, because Windows Update may provide all 10 of those drivers for us. Or even if it provides one, there's one less we got to worry about getting. So let me come back over to camera 1 for a second, and let's put myself down on a corner, because I want to expose this entire logical process to you so you become self-sufficient and can work on any computer the same way I do. There was nobody to teach me this, so I am teaching it to you for free, sharing my knowledge in order to help you understand, regardless of what kind of computer it is, the process is always the same. And here, the first thing we want to do is visit Windows Update. So with us at the desktop, let me grab the Ethernet cable, and let's see if that little globe that I just covered up with camera 1, let me move it to the other side. When I plug this in, will that little globe acknowledge we've plugged anything in? If it doesn't, we need a driver. And it's not doing squat. Nothing has changed. So if I need to go online to get the drivers to go online, how do I go online without the drivers I need to go online? Very simply, I have these little adapters. This is an Ethernet adapter that they sell on Amazon. They're under $20. And this one is but I'm buying it as a technician. I need to plug into anything that rolls into my office. You, on the other hand, only need to buy for what you have. But even though this is 2.5 and this is 2.5, this driver is already built into Windows, and I'll show you. All I have to do is find a USB port. Let's use one of the fast ones up here. Plug it in. I'm not loading any software. Grab my Ethernet cable and unplug it from the one that's missing the driver into the one I just plugged in from Amazon. And then we should see that little globe become a blinking Yeah, it's doing it now. That means the driver's already loaded, and that's going to get us online. And we just need this temporarily until we get that driver, which we might get automatically through Windows Update, but we have to get online first before we can use Windows Update. So this is a critical tool for me. Now for you, you could use another computer and just download the driver manually, put it on a flash drive and sneakernet, walk it over and plug it in that way. Or you could build your own custom Windows 11 installer. But this is how I do it. Let's go to Windows Update now. So let me drop camera 1 because no matter where I put it, I'm always blocking something on the screen. So Start button, over to Settings. Now my installer has all the latest updates installed on it except for what just came out last week. So what I should mostly be getting as a result of checking for updates are drivers, if they are available at Microsoft. And that's only the case if the manufacturers work with Microsoft. Some don't want to do that. Some want to save the money and don't pay Microsoft anything, and it puts the onus on you to figure it out yourself, which in most cases you would just go to the manufacturer's website and they should have the drivers. I'm not finding them for this particular unit. I also didn't search very hard either. I mean, we could just plain out ask for these on Google and see if it pulls up a different link. But you shouldn't have to do it that way. It should just show us. So while we're waiting, again, there are certain things that I just find this is a good time to change some things. So under Advanced Settings, for example, Advanced Options, I like to turn these features on. I also like to look for any optional updates because this may be drivers we need, but it isn't. It's just a preview update. We'll grab it just because. And then if you go to, again, under Advanced Options for Delivery Optimization, I always turn that off for the reasons I explained earlier. We can check our power settings to make sure the screen isn't going to go to sleep on us. See, before it was defaulted to never and never. That's the difference between a clean install and a modified install from the manufacturer. I'll set it to 2 hours here and to never because this is for saving batteries. Since we don't have batteries, it doesn't make any sense to put a computer to sleep. And then over here, change what the power buttons do. For whatever reason, it keeps defaulting to sleep when batteries are not involved. I want the power button to shut the computer down. And there is no sleep button, so it doesn't matter what I set that to, but that just keeps my OCD happy. All right? Sometimes we just do things for psychological reasons. And if it's not a big deal and it's not getting in anybody's way, it's no harm, no foul, but it's likely just wasting time. But if that time is 4 seconds, I don't care. So we'll go ahead and let these downloads install, and then we'll reboot and see where we're at on the device manager. In fact, I can check it now just to see if anything took effect. And you can see many things already went away. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now instead of 10. So Windows Update already took care of 4 out of those 10 for us. Let the computer help itself before you step in. Unless you just like working harder and doing things in the most difficult way possible. Go with the flow. Give the computer every opportunity to provide itself what it needs. And then after you've exhausted that, see if it still needs anything, and if so, provide it. So that's why I'm not going to cross the bridge until we get to it. I also want these updates as soon as they're available, so we'll turn that on. Once again, if we look under System Properties, you'll see that the Pro version was installed even though we didn't ask us. And we should be activated since we've hit Windows Update. It's possible it already activated us. Obviously, you got to go online for that to happen, and it did happen. We never entered a product key, and we never asked it to activate. It did this all automatically because we stayed out of its way. If we can stay out of the computer's way, our reliability and performance goes up, at least as a technician. And it's a philosophy I firmly believe in. So once this restarts, it'll take a minute. It's possible that other drivers install, and we'll check Device Manager again. But I can tell you right now, we are going to need the Intel chipset driver, and that's going to resolve a lot of these issues. The MediaTek Wi-Fi driver is only available from the manufacturer of the computer. MediaTek, unlike Intel and Realtek, MediaTek does not provide end users with drivers, which sucks, and I hope they change that someday. So what my guess is while we're waiting on this, let's try a couple other things while we've got time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to the window capture again. And this time I want to just simply ask for the drivers download MINISFORUM M1 Lite-125H, I believe is the name of this. It's typically listed as the M1 Pro. Okay, so I was right on making that assumption that they were likely the same. So let's go back and search for M1 Pro. And hitting enter does nothing. I have to click search. There it is. Drivers and downloads right there. You notice they've got the Ethernet and the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth drivers separated out along with the audio driver. So if you just need the Wi-Fi driver, you don't have to grab this whole driver package. Now it doesn't do me much good to download this here on the streamer. So what I should do is think a little clearer and jump back over to our mini PC here, and we can have it do multiple things at the same time. So let's go ahead and download that driver package on the machine we need it on. Otherwise, I'd have to copy it to like a flash drive and sneaker net it over there. But why do that if I don't have to? Oh, it looks like a video driver went in. Look how small everything looks. Let me see, did a video driver go in? Well, we still have 6 devices. So like SM bus controller is a clear sign that you need the chipset driver, Intel or AMD. Network controller, this is probably the Wi-Fi, and then likely one of these PCI devices or unknown devices is the Bluetooth that's part of this. I assume the regular network adapter is already loaded. Yeah, there it is right there. And then this one is the USB one I'm plugged into and using right now. But since this one works, I can actually switch over. But it will interrupt our download, so I'll wait till that's done so it doesn't interrupt it. Let's open Edge and let's go grab the drivers for MINISFORUM while we're waiting. And it should be this easy with all manufacturers. You should just be able to type MINISFORUM support, and the first link should take you right to their support center, which it does. We want drivers. We can search for M1 Pro. Click search, scroll down, download all the drivers. Driver package, that's the whole package. Up here, you'll see it's downloading, does that say 1.5 gigs or 15 gigs? I can't tell. 15 would be massive. I think it says 1.5. Let me change my resolution because that'll help me read the screen. Let's go to display settings and then over to 1920 by 1080. Oh, so much better. Okay. And we can keep an eye on Windows Update. We haven't interrupted that at all. And then we'll go back over to our Edge browser and check on our downloads. 3 dots, go to downloads. Yeah, 1.5 gig. It's actually quite small. So we're doing 2 things at the same time. Once we reboot, we can, again, go back to Windows Update to see if there's any more updates. I don't think there will be. And then all the other drivers we need should be in the zip package. And then that's it. We're good to go. And if you were to order this bare bones, you would have no choice but to require these drivers. But if you order it with it already with storage and RAM in it, you don't have to worry about this unless you want to, you know, reinstall Windows for some reason. But you could simply back up the drivers you already have in that scenario. It's a good idea that you back up the drivers for any computer you have before you need them. Just put them away somewhere. If you do that, then you can just copy them onto a flash drive if you ever need them, and you don't need a little USB Ethernet adapter, as I'm demonstrating. But I'm coming into this completely unprepared to generate a blind, going in blind scenario. But you don't necessarily have to do that unless you choose to, because you can do this ahead of time. So for example, if I ordered the bare bones version of this, I've got a couple days before it arrives in the mail. That's plenty of time for me to get on an existing computer and take care of downloading this and putting it on a flash drive, because I know I'm going to need it. So why wait until I need it? In the time that I'm waiting for the unit to arrive, I can prepare for receiving it. Set aside some RAM, set aside some storage, set aside a flash drive with the drivers on it, have a Windows 11 installation media ready to go. And then as soon as the unit arrives in the mail, I can dig right into it. What I'm demonstrating to you is a worst case scenario that is typical of a computer technician being called out to field service to work on something they've never seen in a condition they're unaware of, and to handle it 100% regardless. And this is how it would be done in the modern day internet era. And it's so easy. There are some manufacturers out there that don't have websites or don't have the right drivers. And we will work harder for them. The customers don't care how hard we work, right? They just want it done. But you can imagine when you're in my position how much you appreciate a good manufacturer like this. That makes my life easier. And it means my customer is going to be happier and things don't take as long. I don't have to work as hard. And we definitely know we're getting the right drivers. But it also comes at a price. So if I get something off Facebook Marketplace, good luck, kid, you're on your own. If I buy something off AliExpress or at a garage sale, it's the same thing. You are on your own. And if you're technically savvy and comfortable with that, great. But if all you're doing is trying to save money and you really don't understand what you're buying, it's likely going to cost you a lot more money than if you just would have bought it already pre-built. Let me jump over here. Swimming right along. Everything's beautiful. Love it. And even though this preview update is kind of a chunky one, we're still waiting for the driver download. We still have to extract it. So there's still other things we need to do regardless. So being able to multitask and take care of two things at once is wonderful. On the other hand, if I wasn't live filming a video, I would just do something else. Let this run, walk away. Go make dinner, go run some errands, go do some laundry, go wash some dishes, go watch TV. Scroll around on your phone for a while. Occupy yourself, distract yourself. This will wait for you indefinitely when it's done. It's more patient than any human ever will be. And so when you go to check in on it, you'll see it's done and hit restart. It's very low stress. It's only higher stress because I'm live and I'm watching the clock. Also, if I'm working in front of a customer who's breathing down the back of my neck, looking over my shoulder, that's quite stressful in a very similar way to being live. Why is this taking so long? Let me work. Let it cook. But I want to eat now. Well, enjoy your salmonella. I don't know what you want me to tell you. So the rumor is, we have a restaurant, fast food restaurant out here called White Castle. It was big in Detroit where I grew up. And it's family owned and operated. Even to this day, a corporation does not own it. It's family run. That's why they're not all over the place, like McDonald's or other big chains, fast food chains. But the story is they were initially cooking meatballs. And a customer was complaining, why is this meatball taking so long to cook? Well, because I don't want to serve you raw food. The hamburger had not yet been invented. So we're talking the early 1900s here. And a lot of meat couldn't be trusted either. A lot of it was scraps, and there was no like FDA standards or enforcement. So people saw hamburgers and hot dogs as like garbage food that poor people ate. So White Castle's like, look, we're only going to use quality meat here. And you know, the restaurant is designed to look like a White Castle. So it's, you know, that white, and the uniforms are all white. So everything looks pure and clean. And to convince the American public that this isn't the throwaway meats you're used to with hamburgers and hot dogs. These are, you know, quality meats. So somebody comes in to try it, and they're like, why is it taking so long? And he's like, because it's a meatball, and it takes a while to cook through. And he goes, well, I'm hungry. Can't you speed that up? And the guy's kind of pissed off, you know, the cook. So he takes a spatula, and he pushes down on the meatball and flattens it out. And it cooks much quicker that way. Then he's kind of looking at it, and he grabs a roll, just a dinner roll that he's got in the restaurant, and he splits it in half, and he puts the meat on it. And hence the hamburger was born. Now later, an employee suggested putting 5 holes in the patty, but this is a very small hamburger. They're called sliders, and they'll put cheese and onions on it and pickles. And they wouldn't just sell one. You would buy them by the sack. And it was one of the first drive-thrus. You would pull up to the window, take it home. It hadn't been done before. And of course, all the knockoffs started coming out that looked like White Castle, but they were called, you know, White Knight, or, you know, some other knockoff name, and he sued the crap out of them. But it's fascinating how, you know, a customer being impatient resulted in an invention of a food we take advantage of, and even the process of ordering food to go, and the fact that you can feel confident these days eating a hamburger or a hot dog knowing it's not the throwaway leftovers that they used to be, that, you know, could be 2 weeks old and rotting. They just cover it up with seasoning, because that's how it used to be back in the day. And so companies like Nathan's Hot Dogs, they had to battle against food safety. Oscar Mayer, same thing. People are like, don't eat hot dogs. That's the poor people garbage food. You're going to get sick. You're going to die. You're going to be very ill. Stay away from that unless you are just on the streets with no money and you just nothing else to eat. And Nathan's Hot Dogs hired some people that were there that worked at a hospital. And they said, hey, I will give you guys hot dogs for free to walk around Coney Island and eat them. Because if people see people, you know, wearing medical uniforms eating them, they'll know they're safe. And that differentiates us from other hot dogs. And it worked. Took some time, but then people got on board. And I love these stories because it took somebody to think differently and to be bold enough to execute that and to find a clever way to work around the concerns of the customers. And, you know, progress. All right, so since we've downloaded that file, let me go back over and extract it and get it ready for us to use. In fact, we could probably implement it right now. If I open this file and extract these contents, I'll just go over here to extract all. Now, unfortunately, these companies don't know which drivers you need. Like, we already have the VGA driver, otherwise I would not have been able to change the resolution. We already have the Intel network driver, but we don't have an Intel Wi-Fi card, right? That was MediaTek, wasn't it? So that may be a difference between the Pro version and the Lite version, but I absolutely will need, yeah, there's the Ethernet driver we got automatically from Windows Update. We don't need that one. We will need the chipset driver for sure. So let's run that executable file. And you'll see this will probably resolve at least half of those 6 missing devices in our device manager. Let's see. And yes, we can do this while we're still installing updates at the same time. The downside of doing it this way is if the computer doesn't boot after this update, we don't know if it's caused by the driver or the update. So by doing one thing at a time, if something goes wrong on the next reboot, you know it was the last thing you did. But if the last thing you did was 3 or 4 things, well, then you've got to isolate it down from there. Press finish to set up. Finish. Okay, so then right click and let's look in the device manager. What difference did that make? It took care of 2 of the 6. We still have 4 remaining. Well, one of the other things this Intel chip had is an NPU driver, which is further up here. Let's work our way up. Let's do the HID event and click install, run, and let's check the device manager. Was that any of the 4? It wasn't. So let's keep going. Go to the next one. Intel Ethernet, I know we've got the management engine. There's an installer. Run. Doesn't seem to have made a difference over here, so let's keep going. Let's do the serial I/O. Click install. Run. Still nothing's changed, so these are either newer drivers or different from the ones we already had. Install, run, yes. Still nothing. Intel NPU, this one could be a big one. Let's see if this makes any difference. Run. Ooh, nothing. Does it change if I run it as administrator? Just curious. So many of these have done nothing for us. I'm a little surprised. Yeah, didn't make any difference. All right, keep going. VGA, I know we've got. Realtek audio. Could this be one of these be the audio? That's the application, the software. This is the driver. Let's start with the driver. Press any key to continue. And then if you want the software, which I do, I'm going to get it this way, install it. Perfect. So that still leaves us with these 4 devices. None of that has really helped, has it? So one of the things I can do is click on one of these items and go up here and find the add drivers, update device driver. Let's do that and point it to the downloads folder where we extracted these files. Right in there. Click OK and let it look for itself. And what it's telling us, it wants us to look at Windows Update, which obviously is busy installing right now, so we can't do those 2 things at the same time. We have 4 devices that are unknown. Now, usually, by installing the way I've demonstrated, you will see the device driver get updated and move out of this list. But sometimes it requires a reboot for those changes to take effect. I fully expect when we reboot, we're still going to have these 4 devices. And it's important that we know what these are going forward so we don't have to rediscover the wheel again. And these are probably the differences between the Lite and Pro version, which then suggests that the Pro drivers are not complete for the Lite version after all. Because this is a brand new model, I suspect that MINISFORUM simply doesn't have the driver available to download yet, and I'll reach out to them and ask them about it. Sometimes they kind of drop the ball and forget until somebody brings it up, and then suddenly within a day or 2 it's there. The squeaky wheel gets the grease sometimes, but this is going to be the MediaTek controller. This I don't know, and I don't know what these are. And I don't want to have to double click and We could do this the old school way where you go to details, you go to the hardware ID. This is all the old method we used to do. You could copy that. Again, just to show the old antiquated methods of doing things the hard way, we can identify that this is for, it says it's for a NUC hardware. I don't know what this is. It's a pain in the butt. And it's fine if some people enjoy this kind of treasure hunt. I've had my share of it in my life, and I'm happy to not do this anymore. But it is a skill set that still applies if all else fails, or you refuse to keep up with the changing times and you want to stick to the old school methods. It's still a valid way to do it. It's just a painful, slow way to do it, in my opinion. So I choose to not do it that way on purpose because I don't like it. The way I'm showing you is the way I prefer, and it generally works out very, very easily. Every once in a while, especially on a new computer we've never seen, it just came out, we run into some hard to find drivers, but we always find them. And once we find them, we keep them. We never have to find them again. You just have to do it once. But it sure is nice when the manufacturer resolves this for us and we don't even have to do that. Then it's even easier than that, right? So let me go back over here and jump over to the chat room. Andy said he didn't have any problems finding drivers on the AI X1 470 bare bones. That's been out a lot longer. If you search for M1 Lite on MINISFORUM site, it comes up for me, says Filament on Fire. Yeah, the product does, but the drivers. So if we go to the MINISFORUM sales page, it should be in their catalog. When we go to the support page to locate drivers, let me see. Or are we progressing over here? I've got the other screen up here. I guess I can close all of this for right now. Over to, yeah, that's almost done installing. Okay. Bajin guy said YouTube just quit. Did it? Everything's fine over on our side. We haven't had a single drop frame. This entire stream in 4K has been 100% perfect. Of course, now that I've said it out loud, no, we've had absolutely no drop in signal at all. Everything's perfect here. Marsman said he just replaced a dead CMOS battery in a MINISFORUM NPB7. It's only 3 years old. Yeah, well, you know what? If that machine's been unplugged a lot, or if it's sat on the shelf a long time without being plugged in, it really drains those batteries much faster. The good news is you can go on Amazon and get 10 of them for like 10 bucks. No big deal. Pretty easy to switch out. It is a battery. It's going to wear out sooner or later. Andy said the M1 Lite drivers are on their support page. Oh, did I not see it? Let me take another look. Maybe I was just too impatient. Gary Tatum with a $10 super chat said the M1 Lite drivers are on the website. I didn't scroll down far enough. I wish it was the first time somebody told me that. Okay, fair enough. Let's go take a look. I appreciate the tip. Let's go verify that, because it'd probably help if we downloaded the right drivers. Let's go full screen over here for me, and then we're updating anyway, so it's not really slowing us down. And let's type in, we'll do the same thing, MINISFORUM support. So normally, see, that's the store. which would have the catalog, drivers and downloads, and I typed in M1 Lite and hit search. Oh, it did come up. Well, what did I do differently? That worked. Okay, I don't know. I confused myself, but same kind of situation. Now this says there's a BIOS version 1.01. What BIOS version do we have? Let's go ahead and download the driver package on this one. And while that downloads, to avoid any confusion, let's delete what we downloaded previously. So let's get rid of this and get rid of this, because that is end user error. And it looks very similar, 1.5 gig. But we'll let that download. And while it's downloading, if we want to check what version of BIOS, we can use CPU-Z for that. Just go here and download CPU-Z real quick. It's freeware. We'll get the zipped version of it so we don't have to install it. This should download super fast. And let's open that, extract it, and run it, and see what BIOS version we've got. Main board, BIOS version 101. So we have the latest BIOS version. Good to know. All right. Everything else, all of our specs here. Even here under memory, it'll tell us that we only use one slot. You didn't have to open it up to see that. We can see that which DDR module, who makes it, what's the speed, the JDEC settings on it. Of course, when we look at slot 1, this tells us how many slots are available and how they are populated. This one not being populated, it tells us that it's empty, and we've already opened and saw this, that it was empty, but this is another way to do it without opening it. Sometimes CPU-Z is wrong, but usually it's right. Let's go to downloads. So we're still working there, and then we're still working over here too on the installer, which is just about done. Perfect timing. Thank you guys. Thank you, Gary and Andy, for your tips on that. Oh, Bajin guy said his browser crashed. It wasn't that YouTube quit. I gotcha. So it looks like our Windows Update is going to finish installing before our download is finished downloading. And I don't want to interrupt that download, or I got to start all over again. So I'm going to wait until that download is finished, and then I'll restart. So for right now, I'm going to click Not Now. Let this finish. And then we should be golden. Once we have the right driver package, then it should all be lickety-split. But if you download the wrong driver package, which I did because I thought that's got to be the closest thing to it, you're doing it the hard way. But if that's the only way, which I thought it was, I was wrong. And you guys corrected me and made me aware that I was wrong. That I was working harder than I needed to work. Which again, takes longer. And it's fine when you're at home with nothing else to do, but when you're trying to run a business and a customer's breathing down the back of your neck and the clock is ticking, it does add a bit of pressure to getting the job done fast. And to do that is the opposite of working harder than you need to. It's the exact opposite of what you need to do in that scenario. And you know, even after all this years of doing what I've been doing in this field, I can come to some pretty fast conclusions trying to expedite something, and that ends up making it take longer. The good news is that doesn't happen often. When it does happen, it doesn't negate my process. It just says that my process is not foolproof and guaranteed, that there's always exceptions. And so when I assume there's an exception when there wasn't, then I'm doing something I don't need to do, and it's taking longer than it should take. So we can learn from what I've demonstrated today by convincing yourself of something that isn't true or verified, as has just been demonstrated by the audience. So I thank you for that. Absolutely. Now I know. And now everybody else knows too. Now, because they're putting their drivers on like a Google Drive or something, I'm guessing, maybe it's OneDrive. It's kind of a slow, free file share thing. Even though it's 1.5 gig and we should have been able to download that in like 10 seconds, it's not on us. That's on the other end of it. And we just have to wait. W.E. Holmes says, how do you politely inform a customer the problem was caused by user error? I try to be diplomatic, but it's not my forte. It depends on the customer. You know, if it's somebody I'm very comfortable with, I just talk to them the same way I'm talking to you. If it's somebody that I don't know very well, then I will ask them to demonstrate what they did. And when they demonstrate it and they see the problem, right, then I don't really have to say anything. You go, okay, well, if you click that, then you know this is what's going to happen from now on, right? So if you don't want that to happen, don't do that anymore. So we're not necessarily, you know, shaming anybody, but we're also not walking away leaving them stupid by saying, it's okay, everything will be okay, let me give you a little cuddle, a little hug. Okay, now here's your lollipop and go get your security blanket. We don't do that either. We'll look at it together. Isn't that interesting? When you click on that, that error happens. So why are you clicking on it? Do you want the error to happen? No. What is it that you wanted to happen? I wanted this other thing to happen. Okay, to do that, you click here instead. Try that. Did it work? Yep, there you go. If you have any more problems, give me a call. So it's just through demonstration and letting them see cause and effect personally. And then that way, you're not just blindly telling them what to do. They can see for their own eyes action and consequence. And it's usually, you know, they don't want the machine to crash. And if they need to do something different, they're more than happy to do it different. But they don't need to be made to feel stupid or coddled and condescended to. Just give them the information, let them experience it firsthand, make sure they understood it, and then that should be a problem that goes away forever. If you just blindly tell them and you're not there to witness it and to show it, there's a good chance they didn't really understand. And you'll get another call and you'll say, didn't we already talk about this? And they're not going to say, oh, well, I'm stupid and you talked over my head. They won't. They very rarely will say that. They'll say, well, I did what you said. No, they didn't. So the best way is to make sure that you witness them doing it themselves without any help from you, and they see the end result, and they're good to go from that point forward, and there's no follow-up calls after that. So I'm not trying to inform them like in a classroom. I'm helping them as an employee. In most cases, it's an employee to follow the right procedures. And if they understand why there are consequences if you don't follow the procedures, they'll be more in line to adopt those procedures immediately with no fight and no resistance or insult implied at all. Just like, oh, now I get it, okay, and then they're good after that. All right, now we're ready to restart. So let's restart now. And I'm just curious, I don't think the device manager will have changed. We should still have 4 devices missing. But now that we have the correct driver package, I assume everything is in there, and we're going to verify that on the next reboot. After that, we're going to wrap up today's video. Now, with regards to any Crystal Disk Mark benchmarks or Cinebench benchmarks, we'll have to pick it up on another broadcast because we're already over 3 hours today, mainly because of Windows updates. And if I took this out of the box and did the updates ahead of time, it's not fair to the audience to not know what you're getting when you order one. I want you to see exactly what you're going to get. I want you to understand this is exactly how much it costs. This is exactly what it looks like. This is exactly how it's packaged. This is all the things you should get and what it should look like brand new in the box, because if yours doesn't look that way, you've got something different. And that would not be good. If you were buying something new, it should be the same as everyone else for that make and model and price. Shouldn't be one price for one person and another price for somebody else, unless you're in another country and there's different taxes and rates. Then, of course, then what do you do when you plug it in? You got to update it. Well, how long does that take? Well, let me show you. And it just so happened it was taking a really long time today, and then that prevented us from moving forward with the review. That is the reality. Even on a modern machine, that's still reality, and it's normal. No, you're not doing anything wrong, and just expect that if you want to order one. Once it's done, you know, you move on. There's Frankie B. Says, looks like your download is done. Oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Frankie. I haven't heard the fans on this, not once yet. Like, it's just dead silent. And it's got two fans, right? It's got the one underneath and it's got the one on top for the CPU. It's completely silent. Of course, we haven't really pushed it that hard either. And we haven't looked at our temps, but it's not hot. It's even, I'd say it's even cooler than room temperature. I don't know how that works, but apparently it works. That preview update's pretty big. It takes like 3 reboots to get that update installed. And it's not really critical for our purposes here, other than to demonstrate realistically this is how long it takes with a brand new machine. And that's with 25H2 that was already installed, right, when we first took it out of the box. Imagine if it was 24H2, how much longer this process would be. Okay, finally, we're getting back up to the desktop. Let me get rid of camera 1 so we can see the whole screen. Let me get rid of this background that's so noisy. Let's just personalize that to be just a Windows 11 theme. Now let's look in the device manager. Yeah, so nothing's changed. We have 4 unknown devices. Let's go to our downloads directory where we should just have our download and nothing else. We've deleted, oh, we have CPU-Z in there. We'll leave that alone. Get rid of the zip file. We'll keep the expanded version. And let's go ahead and expand, or extract rather, this folder. This will be all of the correct drivers, Carrie. Now, if I want to take the lazy way, I still don't see MediaTek in here. If I want to take the lazy way, I just click on any device in here and watch what happens up here. When I click something, this extra button appears. Add drivers, browse to the downloads folder, and let's see if it just does it on its own. Oh yeah, look at that. Although it says it's installed on 0 devices. So rather than going through each one of those and clicking on them and installing them, which is what they intend for you to do, as a technician, I can show you a way that's a little faster, that ends up with the same result without all the complexity. By putting the downloads folder as the main search window, it will then search every single subfolder and subfolder and subfolder and subfolder and subfolder as deep as they go throughout the entire main folder we selected. It will only pick things that it can install, and it will ignore things it cannot install. So you're not really missing out on anything, but some of these installers are executable files that you have to run, but the rest that are like INF files, they install fine this way. So let's see what it leads to. I'm curious about that MediaTek controller because I don't see it in the driver list. It was MediaTek, wasn't it? Just trying to keep an eye on this to see if these go away. So it's got what, about 2 gigs worth of drivers it's looking through right now? And it's just looking in that downloads folder. What I like about this process and why I prefer it is it doesn't really require the human to think or make decisions. So you're consistently following a process that should mostly do the work for you. But you know, until we try it, I don't know. Like I'm seeing a lot of 0 devices here. Look at how many drivers it's installed on 0 devices. Okay, there's something that was on 1 device, the HID event filter on 1 device. Yeah, as we get to the bottom, seeing a lot of these. So then close and restart. When this restarts, hopefully the device manager will be happy. But what am I missing on that Wi-Fi controller? I swear it was a MediaTek. And I don't see any MediaTek drivers, so let's just see what happens on the reboot. I'm a little confused. That seems to be my speed on a Sunday. Confused, more than normal. When frustration sets in, that's when things get hard. That's when it's time to step away. I enjoy the challenge and I enjoy the search. And these days, that search should be easier than ever to locate the drivers or locate a missing device. It should be very simple with a very minor amount of effort compared to what it used to take just a few years ago to accomplish the same thing. Let's take a look in our device manager and see if anything has changed. So everything went away except this network controller, which I believe, if I remember correctly, was MediaTek. And since MediaTek doesn't provide drivers for us, that means the manufacturer of the PC must provide them. So let's look again under the downloads folder, under the expanded drivers, and see if the MediaTek driver is in there. Notice everything says Intel, 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 all the way down the line. Even the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth say Intel, which is weird because if we go to install that, I'm sure it's not going to work. There's our drivers. And I'll bet you it did nothing. Correct. Did nothing. That seems to be an error, and we will bring this up to our contact at MINISFORUM to let them know that they are missing a Wi-Fi driver. What I'm curious about is they did have the Wi-Fi driver separately. Will that point us to the same driver that's in the driver package, or is that a different driver? So let's go back to the support site, M1 Lite search. Now, why does nothing appear? That's a little concerning. Does it matter if I type it in uppercase? Just nothing. It's not working. Let's go back. Let's try forums. So that was what? minisforum.com. Let's go to minisforum.net. And let's do the same search, M1 Lite. Nothing appears. Go back again. So that's .com, that's .net. What else do we have? .eu. Okay. Support. General problem, maybe? No, these are forum. These are forums. Would it be under the Help Center? Oh boy. No. Why do they have so many? Okay, I understand why you might have different support websites in different countries, but apart from language differences, what is going on? Support Center. Drivers and downloads. M1 Lite. Okay, now it came up. I have no idea. What am I doing differently? Drivers and downloads. Let's just grab the Wi-Fi Bluetooth driver. I am curious if that's the MediaTek driver. And why is it not installed inside of the main driver package? Perfect. It says Intel. Okay. Now, just for grins and giggles, let's type in Intel Driver Assistant, right? Since this is all Intel based, except for that MediaTek Wi-Fi, what is this going to do? Probably not be too helpful. Oh, I have to allow. Normally I choose block. This is the one exception. I always choose allow because I need it to be able to look at our system specs and report them online. It's not spying on you. You know, it's like a GPS is spying on where you are in order to tell you how to get where you want to go. There's no other way to do it without knowing where you are. But these privacy advocates would make it out like they're the most important people on the planet and their location is ultra secret, and somehow the GPS is still supposed to tell them how to get where they want to go. I guess it's supposed to read your mind. Well, that would be a real privacy concern then, wouldn't it? All right, let's go to downloads and let's open up that Intel Driver and Support Assistant and install it. While that installs, I can just close all this out. That'll avoid some confusion of all the open tabs. And it should just open the tab automatically when it's ready. Accept the license agreement. Install. I do not want to participate in their customer improvement, product improvement. But you can if you want to. No harm in it. So this may offer us the same drivers we already have, but just newer versions. Now when we hit launch, the browser should open, take us back to the Intel Driver and Support Assistant site. Since we've allowed it, it's transmitting our specs and scanning the system to see if there's newer versions or missing versions of drivers that we need. So we have a new graphics driver and an NPU driver. Let's download all. And I don't think either one of those is going to help our device manager, but overall system performance and stability will be improved using the latest drivers, so we still want them. Also, without CPU-Z, we can still see our BIOS version right here. With the Intel Support Assistant, it'll tell you your BIOS version of your motherboard without a third-party utility. All right, let's install these. That graphics driver is a big one, so it does take a minute to extract and to pull up our installation window here. It should happen any second now. What I'm watching is down here. I'm looking for anything to pop up. If it doesn't appear directly on the screen, it could be behind the window. And I'm thinking, well, that is happening. There it goes. I could rewind this video. And remember, we went into the device manager to identify the network cards. Versus doing a hardware ID lookup. I'm hearing fans, but they're coming from the streaming computer. The mini PC is just quiet as all get out. Breathe, decline, start. Okay, so the latest video driver is going in. And the video, because it's HDMI, also has its own audio drivers separate from the system's audio driver. So you actually have two different audio cards on a modern day computer, whether you realize it or not. Let's see here. Let me jump over to the chat room. Frankie says, can you check the Intel Assistant on my mini PC? Make sure it's up to date. Absolutely, Frankie. You got it. So while I'm waiting, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up my own video, today's video. And I want to bring up the screen where I get into the device manager, and I want to re-examine hold on. Let me pause it there and let me share it with everybody here. So I'm going to share this screen with you right here. And that was the device manager as it came out of the box. And there we can clearly see it is a MediaTek Wi-Fi card in the device manager. And yet in the device driver packages that MINISFORUM is offering for the M1 Lite, it does not contain the right Wi-Fi card driver, which also is the Bluetooth driver as well. So the question is, how are we going to get that driver? Well, I'll tell you what I would do. Just find another mini PC that uses that wireless card and grab it, whether that's MINISFORUM or Paladin or somebody else. Let me go back over here. Still installing. So this is a MediaTek MT7902. So I'm going to bring up a chat bot, an AI chat bot. And talking into my phone, let's try this out. Where can I find a MediaTek Wi-Fi 6E MT7902 wireless LAN card driver for Windows 11?
The easiest and safest place is the Microsoft Update Catalog. Search for MediaTek MT7922 or MediaTek Wi-Fi 6E MT7922 or a Z616. There, the latest version.
It's wrong. I do not have an MT7922. I have an MT7902. Is there a mini PC manufacturer that makes the driver available that I can download it from?
Gigabyte makes the driver available for their GCW Wi-Fi 6E card, which uses the MT7902. You can download the latest Windows 11 version directly from their support page at gigabyte.com. Search for GC-Wi-Fi 6E under PC accessories. It's version 3.05.00.1349 from late 2025. HP also has a newer one, version 3.5.0.1349. Grab it here. ftp.hp.com/spq/sp16550/sp165665.exe. It supports the MT7902. Check your mini PC brand support site first, like Ace Magic, B-Link, or whoever made yours. They often repackage these same MediaTek drivers. If you tell me the exact mini PC model, I can point you to the right page.
My exact mini PC model is a MINISFORUM M1 Lite.
Yes, MINISFORUM themselves. Go to their support center at minisforum.com/pages/support-center and look for the drivers and downloads section. Enter your M1 Lite model there. They should have a specific driver package that includes the MT7902 Wi-Fi driver for Windows 11. If it's not listed yet, it's a newer model. Email their support at support@minisforum.com and ask for the MT7902 driver. They'll usually send it quickly. In the meantime, the HP version is reliable. Download it here. ftp.hp.com/pub/soft.
Okay. All right, so while I was listening to that, I did type in the Gigabyte search for the model, because here's what I'm thinking. Let's get that last NPU update over here. Let's close this and go back to the Intel driver and support assistant. That's the one I want. That's the one I want. Let's do the MPU driver. Okay, so what I was saying, the name of the Gigabyte driver that they're referring to, that's Gigabyte sells an add-in Wi-Fi card that doesn't have to go with Gigabyte motherboards, but that's how they're promoting it. And they call it a GC-Wi-Fi 6E. So what that means is if we, now we got to do another reboot. All right, let's reboot one more time. And then when this comes back up, we'll just download it right here on the machine we need it on. I was going to show you on the streamer, but then I have to figure out how to get it off the streamer. It'd be a lot easier to just use the main machine that we're on. So in just a moment here, it's going to restart. It just says Elgato, no signal, because our capture card wasn't receiving anything. And then we're going to boot up what I hope is the last time, because that should take care of everything. And that was a little more difficult, and I'm a little disappointed that MINISFORUM has made a mistake. We all make mistakes, except for me. My earlier mistake, I was just wrong. It's a double standard, you know? I'm allowed to do it. Nobody else is. Let's go to Device Manager, just to show that everything is still unchanged. We just updated drivers we already had. And that's our MediaTek controller that's missing. So if we follow Grok's advice, it said to just search for EC Wi-Fi 6E Gigabyte. And why does this make sense? Well, look at what this thing is. If you click, well, that's Amazon. I didn't want to click on Amazon. Gigabyte, the very first link. It's just a portable M.2 adapter that converts it to PCIe. And that adapter is the exact same adapter that's installed on this mini PC directly onto the motherboard, this Wi-Fi card. Not this adapter. All this adapter is it converts the format from this plug to that plug. So the driver should be exactly the same. And if that's true, and this is kind of a weird thing to have to do, honestly, but if we close this and then go to the support side right here, support, right here should be the driver. So there's the Wi-Fi and there's the Bluetooth. These are what need to be included in the driver package from MINISFORUM, and I will let them know. Sorry about that pause, I was processing. Let's see if this does the trick. One, let's do the other one. Is that under downloads? And we wanted, what is it? This one, I think, is the one I'm missing. I can't remember which one I just did. Was it the top one or the bottom one? Yeah, I think that's the one I just did. Yeah, that's the Bluetooth. Now I want to do the Wi-Fi. It doesn't matter which order you do them in, but it's important you do them both, not do one twice. So then I want the bottom one. Yeah, that one's 8 megs. Double click on that one, and that should put the Wi-Fi driver in. You notice it's not giving us any errors. It's not saying, hey, you don't have any driver that this matches. It's going in as if we had a, oh, maybe it does. It's probably not have installed correctly. That's fine. We'll just say it installed correctly. And let's right click and go, wait, what is this? Wants permission for something? Say no. What is this? This program installed correctly. This program installed correctly. Let's get rid of those errors. Not sure why that's happening. Let's close this out. Let's close this. Let's close this. And let's look at the device manager now and see if that's made any difference. Boom. All happy. That was what we were missing. Now the Realtek Wi-Fi the USB adapter, I can go ahead and unplug that now and that'll disappear. And when I do that, you'll notice we're offline, and you'll notice down in the bottom right corner, the little globe. Now I'm going to take the Ethernet cable, plug it directly into the back of the mini PC with all the drivers. It should just automatically renegotiate with the router. There it goes. And everything is good. Okay, well, we learned that one the hard way, but that's all right because we can help MINISFORUM out and let them know so that other customers won't have to go through that. And I'll just go back to checking for updates just because I can. Anything I would do at this point would be like running the Uncle Carrie's Windows 11 optimizer, installing VLC, doing a disk cleanup, installing PC Manager, put the screws and the feedback on it. And then of course we can, hey, Sable the cat, stop scratching. Well, she's like in that corner today. We got to put a little thing up there for her to scratch on. I need just what I need to put Studio C back under construction again. I need a break from that for about 10 years. Anyway, yeah, that was a little disappointing, you know, that they're missing that one driver. It's also a little disappointing that the search isn't working consistently on their site. So I'm going to inform my contact at MINISFORUM that the number of times I've searched, the search came up empty, and other times the search came out correctly. So I'll let them just be aware of that so that they can replicate and repair that issue, whatever that is. Also, that the MediaTek drivers are missing, and that instead they have Intel Wi-Fi drivers, which suggests to me at some point this had an Intel Wi-Fi adapter in it, and they switched manufacturers, but they never updated the driver package. And if that's true, then that means your system could come either way. So they need to keep the Intel one in that case. In addition, add the MediaTek. So I think we got it all figured out. But as you can see, the Gigabyte drivers, they're not Gigabyte drivers, they're MediaTek drivers. We just had to go to Gigabyte to get them because MediaTek doesn't offer them for consumers to download. And we need to hammer on MediaTek. We need to reach out to them and say, come on guys, Realtek and Intel both make it possible to download network card drivers. They don't force you, though they do recommend you go to your manufacturer that included their components. But why don't you jump on board with your competitors and do the same thing? Andy said MINISFORUM dropped the ball on this. It does appear that somebody has made a mistake. We don't know that they're aware of it. But once we tell them, they have a very good history with addressing it and appreciating it and not being defensive and coming up with excuses. So while it's unfortunate, this is the truth behind what's really going on. If I was a product reviewer and I went through this off camera in process of my review and reached out to MINISFORUM and then waited for them to address it so that my review would never acknowledge that ever existed, is that dishonest? Because that's the way most reviews are done. They give a company time to, hey, before we go live with this, there's a problem. Do you want to address that? And then usually they're like, yeah, and they address it, and then the person holds off the review until it's done, then verifies it works, and then never mentions it was a problem to begin with. So, well, sometimes we run into these little oddities, these oversights or omissions. I don't assume they're done on purpose. And I don't think it's necessary to cry over spilled milk and be unforgiving. I think it's important to accept the fact that more than likely something changed, and somewhere in the chain of all the people's responsibilities that work at a big company like this, Somebody wasn't informed. Someone somewhere forgot, overlooked it, I don't know. But it usually is something very minor, and there's no reason to make a big deal about it. On the other hand, once we inform them, if 3-4 weeks goes by, which honestly shouldn't even take that long, but let's just take it to an extreme, and nothing has changed, the same problem still exists, we now know for sure they can't claim they didn't know. Then it would make sense to escalate being upset or being intolerant. But I wouldn't start there. Start low. There's a good chance you don't have to escalate. Just assume somebody made a mistake. They're not aware of it. Just let them know. Don't make a big deal about it. You know, if you accidentally knock over your drink and I'm like, oh, why don't you watch what you're doing? How are you going to respond to me? Right? You're going to be offended. So instead, just be like, oh, you knocked over your drink. Let me get some paper towels, help you clean that up. Now, how are you going to respond to me? Now, after I help you clean it up, if you knock it over again, now I know you're doing it on purpose and you can get the hell out of my house. My response will be very different, but I always assume the benefit of the doubt before we escalate beyond that. And MINISFORUM has proven time and time again, they do appreciate being made aware of oversights and miscommunications, and they've always responded to us, and I expect it no different. And wouldn't it be great if we never had that problem? And do you think MINISFORUM would disagree? But that's why we shoot live, and that's why we're fully transparent. We want you to see exactly what's going on that most content creators will not share with their audiences. It's all edited out. It all happens before the content goes live. Scripts are written, rehearsals, retakes, reshoots, B-roll. Oh. And the amount of time it takes to get one video done, I'll have 4 or 5 videos done. And yeah, their videos are more professional and polished, but they're not as honest. So either way. Big Game James said, you're amazing, Kerry. Great work. It's not being amazing. It's just I love what I do. Try and stop me. I can't help but really want to give it my all and, you know, bring on the challenges. But when you're buying something new, you'd expect it to be, you know, bang on. As it ages, then we expect problems. But this is the exact opposite. But, you know, it's a very simple thing. So not a big deal, which, you know, makes it less acceptable, I suppose. Like, you know, you had one job kind of a thing. But everybody, you know, even I've downloaded the wrong driver package. Look at all the years of experience I have. And on the other hand, my searches did show up with nothing until they didn't. And it was the same search I just showed you. So that's back on MINISFORUM again. Marsman said he has a MINISFORUM NAB 9 Venus series that also has a MediaTek driver. Oh, I'm sure MINISFORUM has this driver. Probably on one of the other models. But MediaTek makes more than one model. And I don't know that you have a 7902 versus a 7922. They probably are different drivers. So it has to be the exact model, not just the same manufacturer. But again, likely if they're using it on one Mini, they're probably using it on multiples. Big Game James says the average end user would never have figured that out. Well, the average end user probably would not be installing their own Windows version or buying a bare bones computer thinking I can put my own RAM and storage and operating system on it. Your average ordinary user cannot do that regardless. So I kind of feel like, you know, saying an average hiker would not be able to find their way off this trail. That trail is not intended for average hikers to ever go on. So they should not have gone on it if they weren't prepared. But this is how we learn, and I'm glad it happened because that's what makes the content interesting, and that's how we learn. As a customer who buys something that's supposed to work, it did. It was until we monkeyed with it, we created the problem. But the solutions we needed weren't all there where they're supposed to be. So in all, it's a very minor little issue. Andy said most content creators don't go this deep anyway. Most content creators can't go this deep because they don't have 35 years of experience in the industry working as a professional. They're just hobbyists playing at home, wanting to make YouTube content. There's no rules saying you got to do one or the other. So there's a variety of content that's entertaining and some educational and some in the middle. I hope mine falls under edutational, edutainment, but you know, I've been paid to do this kind of work now for 3.5 decades. And while things have changed, a lot of things are still kind of the same. And my goal in all of this is to introduce you to the product, make you aware of it, let you know whether or not I recommend it. And if there's any problems, show you how I resolve them. Nothing I have learned is anything you can't learn. I just can't force people to be interested or care. So the fact that you're here and enjoying it, I appreciate that very much, because otherwise I'd still be doing it. I just wouldn't have anybody interested to share my stories with. But you can do everything I'm doing. It's all very simple. And once you learn it, like I said, even 35 years go by and it's still the same concepts. The hardware changes, and maybe the way that we process it goes a little differently, more efficiently. And more Windows Update is providing everything for us. You know, that Gatorli machine we looked at the other day had every single driver we needed in Windows, or through Windows Update at least. And all we had to do was download the AMD Adrenalin, and the chipset driver as part of that. No drivers were necessary. I'd like to see that with Windows. We are getting there slowly but surely. Marsman said he says he's got the MT7902. Then that is the exact same driver. So what that means is, if Marsman has the, what do you say, it was the NAB9, then in theory the NAB9 Wi-Fi driver should have been the one that all they need to do is copy it from one directory on the server to another to include it with this. But let's take a look at it real quick. We're not quite at 4 hours. Crazy. Let's go to the desktop over here and check for dates. While that's running, let's do. Let's see, I got to go full screen. I can't see this. Okay, now I can see. Okay, so MINISFORUM support drivers for the NAB9. So you said NAB9. A 9 and a 9 Plus. Now, there's a Wi-Fi and Bluetooth driver here. It does not specify if it's Intel or MediaTek. This is the same one over here. We'll just grab them both. They only take a second. Right there it is. You're absolutely correct. What's interesting is it says AMD MediaTek, even though MediaTek has nothing to do with AMD. But you are exactly right. Now, does the other driver for the NAB9 Plus, is that any different? Oh, so this covers the gamut. There's an Intel Wi-Fi driver, a Realtek Wi-Fi driver on the Plus, and then there's the MediaTek driver and Bluetooth driver on the non-Plus. And that's all three Wi-Fi cards that are in common use today. Fascinating. So really all MINISFORUM has to do is put that same driver and just add it to the driver package, and then they're covered. There we go. Little help from my friends. Thank you guys. Save me a little research, and I'll just tell MINISFORUM, and they don't even have to look it up. I'll say, you guys already have the driver on the NAB9. Just make it available on the M1 Lite. Job done. And figure out why search sometimes works and sometimes doesn't on the M1 Lite, and we're good to go. Those are very minor issues. Thank you, Marsman. Thank you, everyone else, for your help today. Gary Tatum and others for helping me out. Takes a village. Well, those are village people. That's a different thing. David Herzog said, great live stream, Carrie. Thank you, David. Transvat says hello just as we're saying goodbye. Thanks to everyone hanging out with us today. Thank you to Buster and Mark Gaines for their Amazon gift cards prior to the show in lieu of Super Chat. And Andy says, thank you, Carrie and Mara. Well, thank you, Andy. Good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. I hope your mini PC addiction I hope rehab is going well. Yeah, he's like Christopher Walken, instead of more cowbell. I need more mini PC. Clang, clang, clang. Gotta love the enthusiasm. Thanks to Mara, our channel administrator, for all the work she does in the background, creating our thumbnails and working with manufacturers to coordinate getting us review units, such as what we have here today. Thanks to everybody in green for making these shows possible. And thanks to everybody else hanging out with us, being a part of this amazing community. We love having everyone here. It's really fun. I hope you guys get half as much out of it as I do, because I'm having a blast doing this stuff. And that's going to wrap it up for me for today. Tomorrow will be our members only video, and likely maybe I'll pull Frankie's computer up and finalize it tomorrow, and then we'll do that members only. And after the show, take it over to FedEx and get that shipped back over to Frankie, and he'll hopefully have it by Wednesday or Thursday. And hopefully it's like a brand new computer form with a BIOS update, a faster NVMe drive with the same capacity, but much, much faster than what he had. And we'll make sure Windows is fully updated, all the drive is clean of all the temp files, PC Manager, Intel Driver Updater. We'll go through all that tomorrow and verify it together. And that's for our members only on Mondays. Those videos are never made public, so if you want to see them, please consider supporting us and joining us in those little Clubhouse videos, only available to Clubhouse members. And then Wednesday, guess what? I have another mini PC for you. In fact, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mini PCs to get through, and we'll do those on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. So we got a couple weeks of content, unless something else comes in which case we will postpone those reviews to do any repairs, upgrades, or other things that might come in, which I'm hoping for, because we're going to go through 2 weeks like that, and I'll be back to nothing. So I have 2 weeks where I don't have to worry. And then we're back to figuring out what the heck are we going to do shows on. I also want to bring out, speaking of MINISFORUM, I want to bring back out the Atom Man, the G7, because we really didn't give that a fair shake. There's so much to that. We scratched the surface on it. So I want to bring it back out and dive into that a little bit more. It's more for gamers. And while I myself don't make any money from gaming, and I don't have time to play games, I'm not against it. So we'll bring that out there to appeal to those members of the audience that are lucky enough to have the time and the money to sit around and play games. That if you're looking for a machine to do that, that's not going to break the bank, and it doesn't weigh 60 pounds. I think the G7 is a hell of a thing to consider versus, say, a PlayStation or an Xbox for sure. It's far more versatile. It can do so much more. And it can be more than a game console, too. There's no rule that says you can't use this for work, too. So far more versatile and useful at a fraction of what a desktop computer would cost. So we definitely want to make some time for that. We have machines from GMK Tech, company from France called Cub, and from AOStar to evaluate and introduce you to. And some of them are really bizarre. Is bizarre good? You're going to have to let me know what you think. It go either way. With that, that'll wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. And we'll look forward to seeing the members on Monday. Everyone else, will see you back here Wednesday, 1 o'clock Pacific time. Until then, bye for now.